Yo, what's up, guys? Yo, what's up? Man, fuck! God damn it, give me a second. Fuck. Ugh. One more second, dude. God damn. Alright. What's up, dudes? How's y'all's day? Happy Saturday. Yo, I can't find my charger and it's like driving me insane. What the fuck did I do with it? Whatever. Alright. What's up, dudes? How are y'all? Been busy today. That's it. Probably gonna stay busy. Alright. I don't know if Astro's here, but if y'all had or have any requests, put them in the Discord. And fuck. Now I have to. Fuck. Can't drink water. I don't know, Matt. Depends on what people in Discord put on the list. If they put anything at all. If they didn't put anything at all, that's fine. I've put some things in the watch later. Bat Metal, we'll have to do that on Monday. We'll do that. We'll do that on a Twitch stream. Twitch is the music stream, so. Again, I hope everyone's having a good weekend. Let me some shit in my way, man. The desk has to be cleaned yet again. All right. I have my glasses on, dog. I'm sorry. Okay. Good. We'll do that one, Vince. I don't want to lead with it just yet. I kind of want to warm up to that one. All right. Cool. Yeah, the hawk and the chicken. I saw that. I saw that. That was good. Sorry. Okay. Shit, now I have to put my glasses on. Alright, this is everything I put in my watch later, just in case y'all didn't have any requests. Donut Operator, Gamer Rage, Sunny V2, Chiseled Adonis, Fail Army, and I'm not even going to say the name of the channel, Agent 12, but it's when corrupt cops realized they destroyed their careers. So, whatever y'all want to watch, it's up to y'all. I'm down to watch. Oh, yeah. Okay, I said that. That one by Fail Army. I mean, we could make that a try not to laugh if y'all wanted to, but I'll leave that completely up to you guys on if we make that a try not to laugh or not. We haven't done a try not to laugh for a while. I'd be down. That one Gamer Rage video has a very interesting thumbnail. That girl is deep-throating her microphone. She got that mad, she just had to throat something. Yeah, Sam, you lose to a lot, I feel. I'm pretty, you know what, we will do this as a try not to laugh. It's 19 minutes, I'm down for the challenge. Sounds good, man. All right. I feel like I'll win. As long as I don't see anyone like fall down some steps. Yo, if it's like, dude, one of my kryptonites is seeing ladies fall downstairs with heels on. You know, their heel hits like every stair and they're just like all the way down. That shit, I can't. That shit kills me every single time. Hell, even when a dude does it, but it's just something about those heels just clicking all the way down. That shit's hilarious. Ugh. I guess, man. I guess you could say that. I don't know, people falling. Something else that gets me is seeing people walk into glass. That, ugh, I love it. Saw one dude walk into a glass door. It's on the opposite side of the door with coffee, and like his coffee just went it exploded all over. Oh man, that shit was hilarious. All right. What's the deal? Not shit. Dylan. Had some shit I had to do today, and I didn't think I'd be able to go live, but good for now. Yeah, if only that were the case. It only looks that way. I'm not actually that way. Alright. Don't confuse the ability to Google something with Actually, this is total idiots at work. I feel like this will be easy. I feel like this will be an easy try not to laugh. Should we change it? Nah, let's leave it. Idiots at work. I don't know, because I don't really feel like there's going to be anything funny about this excavator. Actually, it looks like he's doing his job, but homie, you were way too close right here. All right, let's do it. I might fuck around and lose this. Y'all ready? Here we go.
It's like watching Mitt and Mutt work.
His finger.
Here. Oh.
Damn, that's a fridge.
Yeah, I know you from the jump now.
Yo, he said fuck it. Look at this. Now that's fantastic. Damn. Oh shit. Oh, god damn it, there goes HBO Max.
Вот эта бочка, это самый супер септик, ребятки. Бля!
Oh. Yo, you forgot the rest. I'm gonna try not to commentate, because if I commentate, I feel like I'm gonna fuck some of y'all up. And I don't want to be the reason why y'all lose. Because then y'all just, holy ass. Oh, his life flashed between his eyes. You're gonna fall on your face. Yeah. see. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. I'm lightheaded off that last one.
Gonna be on Fail Army.
That last one made me lightheaded. I almost lost it. See? And I don't think Home Depot covers that. Oh, that last one with the water?
Oh
Groceries just went flying.
my god, his
Out of the
sides open.
Yeah.
I've seen this one. Oh, I'm good. Yeah.
All right, go
ready?
for it, bro. Out the window.
Deborah. Oh no. I was thinking. No way you're this man. Oh man, it's kind of hard.
Get ready to buy.
I'm going home, bro. I'm clocking out.
Oh my god! Oh my
He was like, bet, can I motorboat him? That's the least you can do for fucking up my cake. I don't think you're supposed to deliver like that, but that's just me. All good. Run, little buddy. Run. Run. You can't run. There's nowhere to go. It's on you. That's right. Epic.
Okay, so
That guy
I'm
might
on
be
my lunch
dead.
break right now, and Dave's downtown is doing drone delivery, and the drone is literally coming up to my window with the
I've seen
food.
this.
No! Oh, dude, that was like $14.
Yeah, imagine what the owner of the got his ass. Damn. I didn't even be mad.
Careful.
These few rows.
Oops.
Your shin, yeah, I know that had to have hurt. That can't be safe. Not good. It's working though. They make fun of it if it works. Oh, with grease? Is that grease? I hope it's not grease. What is that? Oh no.
It's a weekly vicious cycle.
Sweet mother of Joseph. That mailman. It was almost over. I almost broke. And that was. Are you trying to jailbreak an iPhone and exploded? That was one of those 2013 Androids, huh? Ugh. I don't know if you guys know how close I was to losing that. Oh my god, and I still am almost on the verge of losing it because anytime I think about it.
You okay?
Look, I'm just trying to drop your packages off.
on the front porch. Cuz let me make it. I'm just trying to drop it. It may be something for you. It may be something for you, man. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
Oh, the fact that he... Yeah, look around. It's embarrassing.
Up.
Yeah. Shit. What? That's a fake hand. Lies. That's a fake hand.
Look at this.
That's a
Going
fake.
her. I know it.
Imagine the whole rib caves in now.
Decided to put a inner tube
That was a fake hand, by the way. I don't know if y'all can tell.
on the exhaust of lad from work. He's got no clue. See what happens.
Oh no.
Some of these people aren't idiots, man. It's just like the worst luck. I don't know what they were trying to accomplish. That's not gonna go good. You don't have proper clearance. Yup. Holy. Oh! That's some Final Destination shit right there.
Look at that. Look.
What is that? Oh shit. Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Oh, dude, that shit has baggage on it. That dude said, fuck going fishing for it. I'm going to the source. She had to let those screams out. That shit was residual. Damn, got double tapped. Friendly fire. That was clean too. Is that another ant? No, that was a whole ass computer that exploded. Holy shit.
Yeah, I heard it.
See, that right there. That's not idiots at work, man. That's just like
Jeremy's making his back cut in this big oak
unfortunate
tree
ass
top.
shit.
And then we're gonna be done for the day.
Is that cement? That's not good. Oh no, the stairs are gonna get him. He's gonna get got by the stairs. What a douche.
No, I think not.
Nice! That is legend. Wait for it. Daring.
Oh no. Oh shit. At least you got him down. Yo, did you hear that scream? Oh no! Bro, there goes like 4 hours worth of makeup. Lord, no, what is up with these mailmen? They are literally going postal out here. I guess that was only a matter of time. Oh, it was too heavy on the end. Now that is a man that knows how to have fun at work, right there. That's not a fail, that's hilarious. There goes HBO again. Fucking Christ.
Aguas.
I foresaw that, but I didn't want to say anything because it's funnier this way. Oh no. Golly. It'd be awesome if it... Why didn't you just go? Damn. You didn't put your blinker on, lady. You can't just make a turn like that on a sidewalk and oh shit. Get away! Get away!
Timber!
What do you mean yes? Did you not see all that sparking? Standing there? It's okay, it's only Pepsi. That shit's ass. Don't worry about it.
Popple? Oh no! Oh no!
Oh yeah!
Oh yeah!
What happened? Shit was set. Are these the fucking androids, man? I don't think we're doing anything here. I really don't. I don't think we're doing anything. Actually, matter of fact, I know we're not doing anything. Oh my god, I was hoping he took off. That would have made it so much funnier. If he would have taken off. Girl, turn it. Fucking turn it. Fucking turn it. Lord. God, this one's good, man. This one's rough. Hey, that's what she's there for, though. She's there for safety.
Is he okay? Oh god.
Or he, whatever.
Oh my god.
Don't even look. Yeah, he.
Oh god.
They're spotters. That's what they're there for.
Come on!
Oh no, too fast, dog. What are you doing? Yo, he just got. What were you gonna do? What were you gonna do? You were gonna cut it as it fell? Oh lord, you said he put the chainsaw to it? Like, oh!
Seriously?
He thought, we were here for a split second. He thought he could cut it as it fell.
You gonna stand there on the food with your boots?
And I'm filming that. No, you watch it.
I've
That's
seen this.
terrible.
Oh, you wash it, so it's okay. Now you gonna kick it?
Okay, that's bad.
That's the cookie. Please don't buy nothing.
No. Stop it. Oh, those are just ladders. That's fine.
I can't get this down spot off. I need some help.
I don't think anything broke.
Jose, freaking.
Damn. I was hoping, bro. That's a perfect opportunity to be like, hey, you can't park there. supposed to be like that? Does he know? Fucked himself up in the process. Yeah, I've seen this. I used to work at FedEx. I don't know where he is. I don't think he's at the warehouse. They'll get on to you for that shit in the warehouse. I hope he gets a good tip. Got it. Nice. You had one job, man. Judging by the ending, I can't tell what the plan was. Good God, what happened? I motherfucking made it. Oh, dude. That was fucking rough. Holy shit. Who lost? Dude, that guy, the mailman. I don't even know if I can find If I can find it, I'll play it, bro. That fucking, where was it, man? I think it was like early on. Oh my god, man, please let me be able to find it. Holy shit. Oh. Oh.
It's a weekly vicious cycle.
What were you trying to do? Were you trying to deliver mail without stopping the car? Without stopping the vehicle? It was just like drive-by mail delivery? Do that fucking smooth? Dude thought he was one of those mailmen from like the cartoons where like they throw it from 50 yards and it goes in the mailbox automatically. Oh, this one was gold, man. Holy shit. And it was so early that it happens like 5 minutes into the video. I can't believe I didn't laugh for that, man. I was so close. Like, I was on the cusp. Holy shit. That's... God damn. You're a fucking legend for that. You may have got fired, but man, I'll never forget this video. Oh my god. And this is like someone's fucking Ring camera, maybe. I don't know. Holy shit. I gotta quit looking at it because the more I look at it, the more I laugh. Okay. I don't know what he was doing. Maybe he was sleeping, but like, I don't know. How do you fall asleep delivering mail? Because like, I've seen mailmen on the highway, but they're just like going back to the mail place. But like when I see them in neighborhoods, there's mailboxes like every 25 feet. Got fucking narcolepsy? There's like a physical action of just like, and then driving. That in itself would keep me awake. Stopping every 25 seconds. Stopping is for rookies. That's what the fuck that guy thought. And look at him. He lost his truck. Okay. All right. Who sleeps in a semi truck? Truckers. That's who. All the time. What do you think they're doing at these gas stations? Like the truck, you see the truck just sitting there? They're sleeping in it. They probably got a long haul and decided to get some rest, and they can only drive for a mandated certain amount of time. I believe it's like 12 hours. Back in the day, there was no limit. These motherfuckers were rocking a shit ton of cocaine and over-the-counter medication. They put a stop to that shit and just gave these fuckers limits. So when you see like big semis just parked at gas stations, mainly like Buc-ee's or Love's, or shit that can, you know, store semis with a big enough parking lot, they'll be in there sleeping. Or trolling for hookers, man. I don't know. Holy shit. You guys got to see this. I don't know if we're going to watch this whole video. We're not. Y'all just got to see this. Oh. Look at this shit. Watch.
The mailbox.
Now put your other foot. Put your other foot. And now this. Oh, hell no! Y'all set me up. Oh, here we go.
Take a picture, Luke.
Look at this.
Watch. Oh.
He's alive. He didn't die from that, but god damn. Why didn't you put a ramp on the other side? Maybe try to land on that instead of just going flat. What do you think was gonna happen? You think the brake pad or the shock absorbers were gonna absorb that? That's wild. Some Dukes of Hazzard shit. Okay. Sorry. Let me see. I don't even know if she's here or if she's gonna be here, but if she is, I'll do that. Okay. Alright, is there anyone that wants to watch some Fat Electrician? Yay. Nay. And then we'll get back to the watch later stuff. Do you want to watch any of these that I have on here? Oh, fuck. Alright. Think the trucker's good? I don't know, man. Yes. Alright. What was it called? Ace of Aces? Is it this one? We're gonna have to cut this in half, by the way. Just like we did the other video that we watched, which we'll have to finish the second half of that. I don't even know if David knows that we did the first part. Maybe he saw it, maybe he didn't. I'm not sure. Let me double check. Yeah, I'm on the right. All right.
Film or by eyewitness, he downed 40 planes. That does not.
I'm out. All right. Ace of Aces. Badass pilot. All right. Where's the not again. Oh. Okay. Here we go.
Being an ace means that you downed 5 enemy aircraft. Being a double ace means that you downed 10 enemy aircraft. But being the ace of aces means that you downed the most enemy aircraft. Today we're talking about Richard Ira Bong. He is America's ace of aces, credited with downing 40 enemy planes in the Pacific theater of World War II from the cockpit of his legendary P-38 Lightning, Marge, affectionately nicknamed after his wife. And just to be clear, when I say he's credited with downing 40 enemy planes, those are confirmed either by film or by eyewitness.
Can you still, I mean, I don't know, because I don't know, like, how they do it, but I wonder if they can still do that. Or if you just have to go with the name that the military gives your plane. I'm assuming once you get your own plane as a pilot, you can give it whatever name you want, right? Within reason. Can't be no trolley-ass shit like I eat ass. But, curious, wondering. I didn't know any pilots. I don't friends with any. I didn't meet any. Except for the guys like on like the C-17s and shit. But these kinds of fighter pilots, I never met any. I don't know.
Witness, he downed 40 planes. That does not include his probables. That does not include all the planes that he critically damaged first and then let his men finish off so that it could boost their morale. And it does not include the giant crocodile. But we're gonna get to that right after an awkwardly relevant word from our sponsors. This video is brought to you by War Thunder. They've got over 2,500 tanks, planes, and ships, pretty much all of them between World War II and modern time. And my favorite part about it is not only how accurate the vehicles are, but all the historical Easter eggs that they also have in the game. For an awkwardly relevant example, let's say that I wanted to play as a P-38, but I don't want to just play as any P-38. I want to play as
Little Richard.
All right, September 24th, 1920, Richard Bong is born. He grows up on his family farm in Poplar, Wisconsin, an extremely small rural town. His father, Carl, is a first...
Very small indeed.
Family farm in Poplar, Wisconsin, an extremely small...
489 people. Damn. It's so small that you really will know when someone dies. That's wild.
Small rural town. His father, Carl, is a first-generation Swedish immigrant, and Richard is the oldest of 9 siblings. Okay, look, I'm not going to beat this into the ground, but I need us all on the same page. Richard Bong is a farm kid from the Midwest that grew up during the Great Depression as the oldest of 9 siblings, okay? He was probably tougher than me and you combined by the time that he was 8 years old. Probably. I'm just going to leave it at that. Speaking of when he was 8 years old, that is actually when...
Most kids of that time, anyway.
Fate would step into this story. You see, young Richard, or Dick as everybody called him at this point, was pretty much your average farm kid from the 1920s. He got up before the sun did chores until it was time to go to school, went to school, did the best he could, came home, worked until the sun went down, had dinner, went to bed. But then in the summer of 1928...
That's kind of like my childhood, except, you know, his work was my sports. That's just, And at one point, it did feel like work.
Something amazing happened, or at least something amazing to an 8-year-old that's never seen a plane that's grown up in a cornfield. A plane flew by one morning. But it wasn't just any plane, it was a US Army plane, and it flew by so low that Richard could actually see the pilot in the cockpit, and he waved at him, and the pilot actually waved back. Then later that day, when Richard was doing his evening chores out in the field, the plane flew by again, this time going the other way. And the next morning, the same thing happened. And the day after that, and the day after that, and the day after that. It went on for weeks. Richard has no idea at the time, but that plane is actually carrying the mail of President Calvin Coolidge, who had decided to take his summer vacation in the next town over, Superior, Wisconsin. And it just so happens that the Bong family farm is directly in the flight path. This seemingly random act of fate is what...
Wait. Bro.
That, and the day after that, and the day after that. It went on for weeks. Richard has no idea at the time, but that plane is actually carrying the mail of President Calvin Coolidge, who had decided to take his summer vacation in the next town over, Superior, Wisconsin. And
so he decided to take his vacation in Wisconsin. And is that his plane? Because I hope that he's not having his mail flown to his vacation house at the taxpayer's expense. Motherfucker, you can open that mail when you get back to the White House. I'm sure it'll be waiting on you. On your desk. Or maybe I'm missing something there. I'm not entirely sure.
And it just so happens that the Bong family farm is directly in the flight path. This seemingly random act of fate is what sparks Dick Bong's initial interest in aviation. And at the age of 8 years old, he becomes completely obsessed. Every spare second he has with his extremely busy manual labor-filled childhood, he spends researching and studying aviation. He reads every book from every public library that he can convince his parents to take him to. For every birthday and Christmas, he is asking for scale model replicas of different planes. But then
a child possessed.
One day his dad, a World War I veteran, tells him a story that he remembers from his time in the service. The incredible story of America's ace of aces, Eddie Rickenbacker, the race car driver that turned into a fighter pilot and is credited with downing 26 enemy aircraft, more than any other American during World War I. And with that, it becomes Dick Bong's life ambition to become a fighter pilot. Okay, but here's the problem with that. At this point in time, America's not at war, and generally speaking, whenever a country, particularly America, is not at war, the standards of certain jobs or the entry into the military at all gets raised pretty significantly because they only want the best of the best because there's a limited amount of jobs. When there is a war, they need a bunch of more people. The standards get lowered. We bring a bunch of people in, okay? Now, there's no war, so the standards are very high. If you want to be a fighter pilot, you need to be a military officer and you have to have gone to college for 2 years. Why is that such a problem? He's like 10 when he decides this. So like 1930, the Great Depression started in 1929, okay? During the Great Depression, over 20,000 American schools just closed down and kids couldn't even go to school if they wanted to. And most of the kids didn't want to because they had to stay home and work or go do odd jobs to try to make money so that their family didn't starve to death. So for a farm kid growing up in rural Wisconsin, this is going to be an extremely uphill battle. And despite that, he does it anyways. He goes to school, he works his ass off, and he is almost the top of his class every single year. And then he gets to his junior year of high school and he finishes it. Problem: his town just doesn't have a senior year for high school, so he can't graduate. So he does the only thing he can do. He figures it out. He enrolls in Superior, Wisconsin High School, 30 miles away, and just figures out how to make it to school every single day and ends up graduating 14th in his class of over 400. Okay, next problem, gotta go to college. Finally, this kid catches a break because there's also a college in Superior, Wisconsin, the University of Wisconsin-Superior. So he applies, he gets in, starts going to college. He's not really going for anything in particular. He has zero ambitions of getting or finishing any degrees. He just needs to get 2 years worth of credits to be a fighter pilot because that's all he cares about. And then fate seemingly steps in again. In 1938, so his first year of college, the United States government passes the Civil Aeronautics Act, which is Essentially, on paper, what they said it was for was to train the next generation of pilots, because commercial flight and a bunch of other things was going to become available on the civilian side. What it was actually for was the US government knew that World War II was looming, and they wanted to get as many people trained in flying planes as possible, so that hopefully a bunch of them would either volunteer to go into the military, or they could then draft them into the military, because they knew they were going to need a ton of pilots if war broke out. So the United States government is going to foot the bill for college students to learn how to become pilots, and as it would just so happen, one of the first colleges in the country to get this program was the University of Wisconsin-Superior, and Dick Bong was one of the first people to apply and get accepted. So now he's getting college credit to fly planes. It's like
But hey man, I feel like that's just good karma for him busting his ass just to make this happen, because all the other kids said, fuck it, I got too much shit to do, or I just don't want to go, or I just don't care. I should go get a job or something like that. And he wanted to do this, but this required all this fucking schooling. And that's pretty impressive. That's a pretty impressive motivational drive for a fucking 10-year-old. Really. Cuz like, man, sometimes my parents would have to force me to do homework. I remember. Sometimes my parents would get on to me because I missed a day of school. Sometimes you guys remember being kids? Sometimes you didn't want to fucking go. Like, fuck it, man. Just skip a day. I don't care. Not this kid. But again, we live in a different time where, you know, as a kid, you could probably afford to, I don't want to fucking go today, man. I'll go tomorrow. I'll make it up. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah, back in the Great Depression, those kids didn't have that luxury. It was either, I don't know, man. It was just a decision you had to make. Either stay here in this shithole or make something of myself.
A dream come true. He absolutely loves it. He is a complete natural at flying. He is the top of his class when he finishes the course. He then gets enough college credits to get accepted into the military academy in June of 1941, and right as he is about to graduate from the academy, the attack on Pearl Harbor happens. This changes the entire trajectory of Dick's career. You got to realize he's almost done with his training, and now there's going to be this massive wave of new recruits that both volunteered and got drafted coming in behind him. So he's like in this bottleneck, essentially getting shoved through the training as fast as possible. And when he gets out of the training, he's going to be one of the most experienced pilots the military has, and pretty much all of their pilots are going to end up being trainers, including Dick Bong. He ends up getting stuck being a gunnery instructor on the T-6 Texan, and honestly, it probably sucks, right? Because he ends up having to instruct all the new guys, and then the new guys get to go off to war and have his dream job. He's been working his ass off since he was 8 years old to meet these incredibly high standards, and then the second he
Yeah, dude. I didn't join to be cadre. Essentially
meets those standards, gets his foot in the door, a mob of people comes running past him, and he's basically stuck there holding the door open for everybody else. And the T-6 Texan at this point in time that he's training all these guys on is just a trainer plane. Like, they're not sending T-6 Texans out onto the battlefield. So he's literally stuck teaching guys how to fly the trainer plane, which means that Dick Bong hasn't really been assigned to what type of pilot he's gonna be, and he really doesn't have a say if that day ever even comes. So he's actually training all these guys in gunnery,
limbo.
so how to be a fighter
sucks.
pilot, even though he's not even assigned as a fighter pilot. If his day comes where they do send him to war, they can still make him a bomber pilot. So he's essentially training people to take his dream job from him.
All right, kiss my ass. Kiss his ass. Kiss your ass. Happy Hanukkah.
But then one day, as fate would have it, yet again, on May 1st, 1942, a fighter pilot shows up to his airstrip in a brand new P-38, and he wants some extra training. And Dick's happy to oblige, but the problem is he's flying a T-6 Texan, and this guy's in a P-38. The T-6 Texan is so old and outdated that it's only getting used as a training vehicle, and the P-38 is the hot new thing, okay? It's better than the T-6 in pretty much every conceivable way. Dick Bong is probably about to get smoked. Despite that, Dick Bong dons his plot armor and goes in and actually whoops this P-38 pilot's ass 15 times over. If this was a real dogfight, he would have shot him down multiple times. They land, the P-38 pilot gets out, goes, debriefs with Dick's chain of command, and informs them that's the best natural pilot I've ever come across, ever. He's like, that dude's in a T-6 Texan and I couldn't get him off of me. Why is he here? At which point the chain of command's like, maybe we should do something with him.
Maybe,
so they assign him to a fighter wing and send him off to go train on the P-38 Lightning.
shit.
Alright, we need to take a minute and fully appreciate how badass the P-38 Lightning is, because it's probably one of the most slept-on planes of World War II, and for that reason...
That, and it just has a badass name. The P-38 Lightning. It just sounds cool as fuck.
And it's probably my favorite. Now, the reason the P-38 gets overlooked so often is because, generally speaking, whenever we're talking about fighter planes in World War II, we're talking about either the European theater or the Pacific theater. And when we're talking about the Pacific, it's usually carrier-based planes that we're talking about, because that was all the biggest battles of the Pacific theater. The Battle of Midway, the Battle of the Philippine Sea. They were all carrier-based aircraft, and the P-38 is not that. We also didn't see it very much in the European theater because it didn't perform very well in the colder temperatures seen at the higher altitudes above Europe. But it was absolutely wrecking house above North Africa and the Pacific theater. It was just taking off from islands instead of aircraft carriers. The Germans that ran into it over North Africa started referring to it as the fork-tailed devil, and the Japanese...
That's not that big of a con to have to take off from an airstrip instead of an aircraft carrier. Whatever.
He's called it 2 planes, 1 pilot. Yes, I realize there's...
Too good of a plane. It can take off from anywhere.
There's a shitty joke there about a cup and a couple of girls, but we're not going to make that...
Yeah, let's not.
...joke. We're just going to keep moving. Enemy pilots absolutely hated going up against the P-38 Lightning because it wasn't really a fight. It was more or less them getting sucker punched, and then if they were lucky enough to survive, they got to lose a drag race after that. And this is because the P-38 Lightning isn't a fighter plane, right? The first letter in a plane's name is its designation. For example, F stands for fighter, B stands for bomber. So the F-4F Wildcat is a fighter. It starts with the letter F. The B-17 is a bomber. It starts with the letter B. P actually stands for pursuit, like the P-51 Mustang, but it's technically not a pursuit plane either because it didn't meet the criteria. It's just the one that fit the closest. They actually had to come up with a new designation just for this plane because it was so overpowered, they didn't have a category that it fit into. You see, the P-38 was actually designed prior to World War II, so nobody had any idea what aerial combat...
Pursuit? Let me guess, this bitch was the fastest in class, I'm guessing? If you need something tracked down, you get this fucking thing. It'll catch it, right? That's what I'm gathering from the name Pursuit.
That was gonna look like, so they were just like, fuck it, let's make a plane that's awesome at everything. The committee in charge of developing the P-38 literally just looked around at all of the other types of planes, the fighters, the pursuits, the bombers. It was like, yeah, we want all of the upsides and none of the downsides. Make it happen. The spec sheet that they put out to military contractors on what they wanted this plane to be capable of didn't really read like a spec sheet. It read more like an impossible wish list. Nobody even knew if this was possible. They wanted this plane to be able to fly a minimum of 360 miles an hour in level flight, which at this point in time was fucking booking it. But I mean, you could build a fast plane, that's not really an issue. Then they also wanted it to have a ton of firepower. They wanted it to have 4 50 caliber machine guns
and how are you gonna make a plane go that fast holding all these guns, all this ammunition, all that armor, maneuverability, its capabilities, speed, all that stuff? What you got to put in it? An insane fucking engine. An insane engine.
20mm cannon, which, okay, a little bit harder, but you can still build a fast plane that's got a couple of guns on it. They also wanted it to be able to climb up to 20,000 feet in less than 6 minutes. Okay, now we're really pushing what a plane can do. Oh, and by the way, we also want it to be able to carry 1,000 pounds of bombs while it does it, which is really the tipping point, because now not only is that borderline impossible, it's also not even allowed because
they're like, basically what you're asking is sitting somewhere in Texas on a launch pad. Yeah, it's called a rocket ship, I think, right? But we're gonna try our asses off to build this thing.
Technically, a fighter and a pursuit airplane are only allowed to have 500 pounds of bombs. They want to double it and make it faster than any other fighter on the market and have more guns than pretty much any other
Wait, it's only allowed 500 pounds, but you're going to double that. Who said that you're only allowed 500 pounds? Or is that just a recommendation or a rule of thumb?
Fighter. So when they put out the bid for this plane to be built, they're not allowed to call it a fighter or a pursuit aircraft because it exceeds the limitations for those categories. So they're like, fuck it, we're just going to come up with our own category. We're going to call it the Interceptor. Good. Yeah, the committee in charge of developing the P-38 is on some gangster shit. They're like, well, we can't call it a pursuit aircraft because that implies that they might actually get away, and they're not gonna. And we can't call it a fighter because that implies that they stand a chance once we get there, and they don't. So we're actually going to request an interceptor, which is some shit that we just made up, okay? The moral of that story is that this should actually be called the I-38 Lightning, not the P-38 Lightning. The problem with this is all just one big ask, and none of the defense contractors think that this is even possible to actually make. Except for one, Lockheed, because they have this new badass aeronautical engineer by the name of Kelly Johnson. If you don't know who Kelly Johnson is, he's the man that would later go on to be the founder of Skunk Works, America's premier top secret plane development program that is responsible for a ton of innovation like the SR-71 Blackbird and the...
For those of you that don't know, man, Lockheed Martin has like a firm grasp on the aeronautics of not just this country, but damn near the whole fucking world.
F-22 Raptor. So Kelly Johnson and his crew are the ones that are going to take on the challenge of developing the P-38 Lightning, and it becomes very apparent to them pretty much right out of the gate. It's not possible to do this with a single plane engine like most fighters have, so they're like, we're going to have 2 plane engines. So they're like, fuck it, let's just take 2 fighters and slap them together. I mean, it works in checkers, why wouldn't it work in aerial combat, right? Jimmy, grab that fighter plane, bring it over here and king me. And just so we're on the same page, a single one of these engines is more than enough to keep this plane in the air. With 2 of them, this plane is going to be capable of traveling 413 miles an hour in level flight. To put that into perspective, that's roughly 100 miles an hour faster than any other fighter plane on the planet at this point in time in 1940.
He's so fast. He makes fast people look not fast.
Not only is it going to be significantly faster, it's also going to have significantly more firepower. Most fighters have like 450 caliber machine guns. The P-38 is going to have 450 caliber machine guns and a 20 millimeter cannon mounted in the nose, and it can carry bombs or rockets. And then on top of that, not only do these massive engines allow it to go faster while carrying more firepower, it also is allowed to operate at a higher altitude, meaning that now they are always going to have the high ground when they enter into a dogfight. So when the P-38s show up, they get to attack you.
I'm starting to see now why and how he got 40 confirmed and maybe even more than that kills on planes. Because, I mean, dog, think about it. Look at this plane. Listen to the specifications. This is like you're bringing a Ferrari. Not even a Ferrari. You're bringing a fucking Bugatti to race a whole bunch of Honda Civics. I mean, that's a slaughter.
From above at speeds that you can't match, and then if you're lucky enough to survive, they get to just roadrunner themselves out of the equation because they're 100 miles an hour faster than you and you can't catch them. Beep, beep. But that's assuming that they want to run away, because the P-38 Lightnings are also more maneuverable than a ton of modern fighters as well, because the massive dovetail allows them to catch more wind, giving them a tighter turn radius, so they can probably beat you in a dogfight anyways. They are an absolute nightmare to deal with, and Dick Bong is about to go train and become Freddy Krueger. So by June of 1942, Bong is nearing the end of his training on the P-38. He's exceptional at flying it, he's the top of his class, and then he goes and does something kind of stupid. So he's out on one of his last training flights that he's ever going to have in the P-38, and he decides, you know, it'd be pretty cool since I'm about to graduate, and I probably won't get in very much trouble because they're going to send me off to war anyways. I should take my P-38 and weave it in and out of the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco, and then I should fly it right down Market Street, 30 feet above the street, literally in between the buildings of San Francisco. So that's what he does, and his plane is flying so low to the ground that the wind coming off of it is actually ripping clothes off of clotheslines throughout San Francisco, and then he makes his way back to the base.
You dumbass. I've heard of pilots getting in trouble because they did a flyby the tower. They did a flyby on the control tower. I've seen them get bitched out for that. My word. I can't think of any other punishment to give you than sending you to war. Honestly. So dumb.
And he is in a whole world of trouble, more than he ever thought he would be. And this is the part where most people are like, oh, he's probably going to get in trouble because that seems pretty dangerous. And like, yeah, that's a small part of it, but you have to appreciate the bigger context of what's going on at this point in time, right?
And you got to appreciate the skills, actually. He went 30 feet off the ground between buildings in a civilian area. He's so comfortable with his flying skills that he performed this very illegal, very dangerous maneuver on his own people. He's an amazing pilot. You just don't do stupid shit like this. It's fucking nuts, man. Holy.
Right, it's June 1942. The attack on Pearl Harbor happened 6 months ago, okay? And this kid decided it'd be funny to take his very strange, lesser-known, military-looking plane and fly it through a national monument and then down the middle of a major metro area.
That didn't even dawn on me either. Good lord, son. Good lord. Your career was almost over before it started.
San Francisco, of all places, which is probably one of the most likely targets of the Japanese Empire if they were going to attack America again, similar to how they did at Pearl Harbor. This scared the holy shit out of a lot of people. I mean, rightfully so. This is literally no different than if a commercial pilot decided to fly his commercial airliner really close to a skyscraper in New York City in January of 2002, okay? Like, a lot of people are really freaked out by this, and they have a great reason to be. Now,
that person, you sir, are definitely going to jail. And even today in 2024, if you see a low-flying plane and you were alive when the towers fell, that shit is just going to give you a little bit of a flashback, maybe some PTSD, maybe some just like, I don't know about that one, right? You're going to look at it just strangely. Maybe not during these, well, yeah, especially during these times, because they also use planes. That's just like, oh, but he's young and he's feeling himself and he's a pilot and he accomplished his dream and he just wants to show off a little bit, right? Like, look at me, I'm a pilot. I'm gonna go fight in this war. Hello, right? She's cute. Keep flying. I didn't think it was that big of a deal when you're that young and I guess confident. I know how it goes.
In Dick Bong's defense, obviously he wasn't thinking about that at the time. He's like a 21-year-old dumb kid that's just excited inside of a fucking warplane. Like, a lot of people would have done the same exact thing. He feels horrible, and he gets called in to...
Actually, I don't know. How many people does that plane hold in the cockpit? Just one? Just one? Because if it can hold a passenger... You already know what your boy... If I would have been doing something dumb, it probably would have involved another person in the plane with me. But probably not in the sky. Probably just like on the tarmac or something. I'm not that fucking dumb.
General Kenny's office, the guy running the entire training program, and he's shitting his pants. He knows that he is about to get probably kicked out of the military, grounded, potentially even thrown in jail. And General Kenny has been following Bong's career closely ever since he showed up at school to learn how to fly the P-38, and he is super disappointed that his top student would decide to do something this stupid. He brings him into the office. Dick Bong is nervous. This kid's shitting bricks. He can barely look the general in the eye. And the general's basically like, dude, what the fuck, man? Exactly. And Dick does the best thing he absolutely could have done. He just completely owns up to it and is honest and upfront with General Kenny. He's like, look, I'm sorry. I'll take whatever punishment I need. That wasn't my intention. I was just a young, dumb kid, excited, horsing around. It wasn't the right thing to do. I'm sorry. And at this point, General Kenny realizes on one hand, you can't do this shit, but on the other hand, this is exactly the type of guy you're gonna need if you want to win this war. He then tells Dick, and I quote, son, the fact is, if you didn't want to do loops through that bridge or fly down Market Street at second floor level, I wouldn't want you. Now I'm paraphrasing for this part, but he more or less says, so here's what's gonna happen. I had a woman call the base this morning, furious that one of my planes took out all of her laundry off of her clothesline and blew them all over Market Street. You're gonna go, you're gonna find that woman, you're going to do her laundry, and then while it's drying, you're gonna do any chore around the house that she asks you to. You're then gonna fold her laundry, and then you're gonna come back, and this shit never happened, and he tears up all the reports and throws them in the trash. So Bong, realizing he's basically getting a second chance, happily runs off and does that, and like an hour later, General Kenny gets a phone call to inform him that he's no longer going to be running the training for P-38s outside of San Francisco. He's being moved into the Pacific Theater, and he is going to be running the entire air war in the Pacific. And he requests that he has one pilot come with him that he wants to remain under his command, and that pilot's name is Dick Bong.
That's fantastic. Okay, I thought that was going to go a completely different way. I thought that we're going to be like, oh, we're relieving you of duty because you didn't give him the punishment that we said you should give him and blah, blah, blah. But no, this is actually good. Man, Dick Bong just has a whole bunch of good luck, man.
I need your help. I can't tell you what it is, and we're going to hurt some people.
Who's Kawi taking?
Whose car are we gonna take?
So fast forward like a month, Bong is over in the Pacific Theater. He's setting up shop. He's getting his plane squared away. He's getting ready to fight this war. And then there's this advisor for the U.S. government that comes in, some fighter pilot from World War I that's going around from airbase to airbase consulting and basically just seeing what's going on and, you know, making suggestions. This fighter pilot's name was Eddie Rickenbacker, Bong's childhood hero, America's original ace of aces. So Rickenbacker's over there. He's talking to Bong and some other young pilots and General Kenny. He's telling them stories, and they get on the topic of how he actually broke the record and got 26 downed enemy aircrafts. And Eddie Rickenbacker tells him, well, for one, we were flying over land, so whenever I shot somebody down, there was never any doubt, right? So like I could see the wreckage on the ground later that day. I could go back and check, and we could verify things, whereas you guys are fighting over the ocean. If you shoot a plane down, it sinks. We have no idea if you actually shot it down or not. And the other thing is there's so many Germans in the sky of World War I just had more opportunities than you guys are probably gonna have. At this point, Dick Bong chimes in and is like, actually, sir, I hear we have plenty of Japanese to shoot at up in the sky around here. Eddie Rickenbacker kind of just smiles, clearly understanding that this was a challenge from this young pilot. And he says, I'll tell you what, if you can shoot down more Japanese than I shot down Germans, I'll buy you a case of scotch. At which point, General Kenny immediately says, and I'll double it. And then the next man up the chain of command, General Hap Arnold, hears about this and says, and I'll buy a case of champagne. And then the next guy up the chain of command, General MacArthur, says, I'll double the champagne as well.
Now it has to happen. It's been solidified. History has been written at this very moment.
Bullet. Then, unfortunately, this gets picked up by the media and they make a big deal out of it. You know, they've got the picture and the headline, and it's like, America's ace of aces, Eddie Rickenbacker, and America's top generals make bets for alcohol with young pilots to down enemies. And there's
well, yeah, man. We're soldiers, not politicians.
like a bunch of public backlash, because you got to remember, Prohibition was 10 years prior. Alcohol is still very controversial, and a bunch of people feel like, you know, you shouldn't be bribing these young men with alcohol. They should just go out there and fight and never have fun and come back home. Because of that, the chain of command kind of backpedals. They put out a statement being like, okay, fine, whatever. We changed the bet to Coca-Cola instead. And then they ended up giving Dick Bong and a bunch of other young pilots a ton of Coca-Cola, and it ends up being his favorite drink.
Oh, whatever. Just lie and still do all the booze later, man. Who cares about the media and whiny people? You can't sit there and accept our help to protect the nation, but then tell us how to operate. You can't do both, man. Stop that shit. This shit's annoying.
Must have drank me about 15 Dr. Peppers.
Because last I checked, if you're not actually, I don't know, signing up to do the same thing, you should probably shut the fuck up.
Now, Bong isn't ready to be the man yet, right? He's never actually been in combat, so he needs to be tutored. He needs to go out there with an actual experienced pilot that's going to help guide him through the chaos of battle. And he gets assigned to be the wingman to one of America's top aces at this point in time, a guy by the name of Thomas Lynch. In December of 1942, Bong is out on a mission in a squadron of 12 P-38s led by Sam Lynch, and they end up running in to 40 Japanese planes, and they actually engage. They actually end up shooting down 12 Japanese planes, 2 of which were knocked out by Bong himself, earning him his first 2 downed enemy aircraft and a Silver Star. From here on out, it's just consistent. 1 enemy here, 2 enemies there. By the next month, January 1943, Dick Bong becomes an ace pilot after downing 5 enemy aircraft. And right around this point in time, Bong actually ends up leaving the mentorship of Thomas Lynch, because Thomas Lynch actually ends up getting sent back over stateside because he needs to go on leave, because he is being such a successful combat pilot that he has the most downed enemies out of anybody in the entire United States military at this point in time, with 15. So Thomas Lynch is essentially getting sent home to protect him because he's America's top ace. The last thing they want to do is have him get shot down in combat. And right now in the media, everybody knows his name and like the other 9 of the top 10 aces, and everybody's trying to speculate who and if and when somebody is actually going to break Eddie Rickenbacker's record and become the new ace of aces. So a lot of the top guys at this point in time...
Man, this was probably such a cool time. Like, everybody was talking about this. Everybody, not just military, not just the media, but people. People were talking about this. When was the last time we had a conversation about, because like, we just don't do that anymore. Really. I mean, I don't know, feel free to tell me. There's been some pilots throughout the course of like my lifetime that have done some seriously amazing things, but I don't know, man, like just the way that about electricians describing it, it just seems like this was like a really, really popular topic, and it was really, really important, and like it was trending, man. Think of if you had YouTube back then, this would be on the front page, right? So it's not like that these days anymore, man, because we just don't have that type of aerial combat. We haven't in a while, my knowledge, really. So
we're all getting sent back stateside to do like war bonds drives, recruiting, improve morale, raise money, things like that. And this is going to actually end up giving Dick Bong a chance to catch up. So with Lynch stepping aside for the time being, Bong is now running the squadron, and on one of his very first missions, things just get weird. One of his wingmen has one of his engines go down, and he doesn't think that he's going to be able to limp it all the way back to the base, and he really doesn't want to try to land it at the base because P-38s at this point in time are very hard to come by. If you lose your plane, you might not get another one. So the last thing he wants to do is try to land it on the airstrip and accidentally end up taking out even more planes, because that's going to hurt the war effort even more. So they make the decision the best thing they can possibly do is for Yeager, this young pilot, to bail out, and then they'll just have to recover him. He'll live, the plane's gone, it's going to be what it's going to be. That sucks. So they're trying to limp this plane back and find a good spot for Yeager to bail out. Bong calls back to base and gets a smaller recon plane known as a Piper Cub up in the air, and they're going to help keep track of Yeager once he does bail out so that they don't lose track of him, so that they can recover him quickly. Now the ground rescue crew is also on the way. The Piper Cub finally shows up, gets eyes on Yeager. At this point, Bong is about to run out of fuel, so he's like, okay, Piper Cub, you're going to keep eyes on him. Bong goes back to base, lands, fuels back up, turns back around, and goes straight back to the lake to pull security in case any of the Japanese happen to find them, because the Japanese are well known for opening fire on any downed pilot or rescue crew that they can find. So Bong gets back to the lake. Remember, he's at a super high altitude because he wants to be able to see the enemy from as far away as possible. He's not really concerned about what's going on with the men on the ground. So from his perspective, he sees that it looks like Yeager's made it to the shore of the lake. He seems to be all right-ish. Maybe he broke his leg. Who knows? We have no idea. The rescue crew, for whatever reason, decided that the fastest way they were going to be able to get to Yeager was to be able to take a rubber raft across the lake rather than skirting around the edge and fight in the jungle the entire time. So that seems fine. And then there's this big-ass log that's kind of like floating near that raft, right? So everything seems to be going just fine. So Bong radios over to the Piper Cub pilot, and he's like, hey, I'm up above you. If you see anything, if you need anything, let me know. I'm right here. The Piper Cub pilot radios back frantic. He's like,
what was this called again? He said something about a crocodile at the beginning, and now this is called something after a while. Crocodile. Oh, I have a feeling I know where this is going, and I hope it goes where I think it's going, because that's going to be... What I have going on in my head is legendary. Let's see if it goes there.
Dude, there's a fucking giant crocodile swimming up to the raft right now. That's not a log, that's a crocodile. Bong immediately dives and goes and he strafes this crocodile. And here's the thing with this that I forgot to mention during the P-38 chapter where I talked about the plane. As you already know, it's got 4 50 caliber machine guns, each of which is well capable of killing a crocodile. And then it has a 20 millimeter cannon, which is super duper capable of killing a crocodile. The thing is, it's only got one trigger, and it fires all of them. So yeah, the crocodile's dead. It basically gets aerosolized instantly. The crew rescues Yeager. Everybody makes it back to the base. Hooray. Then everybody starts giving Bong shit.
That is exactly what I had going through my head. That's some wild-ass shit. That really should be... He got a Medal of Honor, right? He had to have. There's no way, right? Someone with this many achievements. But on his DD-214, it better fucking read 40 down pilots plus 1 crocodile. It better say that on his DD-214 or on any kind of military record, because that's just, I would want that on there if I were him. Like, to me, that's like the best achievement. The planes are one thing, you're trained for that, but you dove from the air straight down on your homies on some danger close shit with 50 cals and killed a crocodile in support of your homies.
Like, hey, you know, we always paint a flag on the side of our plane when we down an enemy. Are you going to paint a crocodile on the side of yours? Should we double back and see if we can get the crocodile's body and make some handbags out of it? What do you guys think? Then the media gets a hold of it and they run the story. They got funny headlines like lightning strikes gator, gator versus lightning, all kinds of crazy stuff. But regardless, it kind of fuels into Dick Bong's legend, and he is now on everybody's radar as the ace pilot / crocodile killer. So the media starts giving Dick Bong a lot more attention, but he doesn't pay much attention to it. He just keeps doing his job. He's growing into his shoes as the leader. He's going out, he's leading missions, and then he gets another kill and another, and then 2 more here, 2 more there. Next thing you know it, Bong is a double ace with 10 confirmed down enemy aircraft. So now, not only is Bong the crocodile hunter, but he is also rapidly catching up to his mentor, Thomas Lynch, for having the most confirmed kills in the entire United States military, and he is now in the running to become the new ace of aces. And right around—
See, I have a question, like, how is it that, because I've seen this in multiple videos where we cover the Navy, right, and the submarines and the battleships and the carriers and stuff like that. And I've seen in multiple videos where, like, commanders of these sea vessels would go on, like, I don't know, 5 missions or 5 expeditions or just like 5 tours, and then they would be removed from their duties as the commander of that vessel. Not because they did a bad job, it's just after a certain amount of time you get removed, right? That's not the case with pilots, is it? You could just keep going until, I guess, you no longer want to, or until you get shot down. Really, that's the name of the game, I guess, for them. And I wonder why that is. I wonder why I don't know if it's still the case now. I'm thinking of videos from, like, things from, like, back in the day with, like, these old badass naval commanders. And that was, like, a reoccurring theme with a few of them, is, like, they got taken off after a certain point because they had done too much or something. I don't know.
Around this time, one of Bong's wingmen requested an audience with General Kenny because he had to tell him something about his star pilot, Dick Bong. This young pilot shows up in the office and tells General Kenny, "Sir, he's given away Japanese." And General Kenny is like, what are you talking about? What do you mean? And he proceeds to tell this story about how they were out on a mission, and Bong shoots up this 0 to the point that, like, it's going down. The wing is literally tearing off the side of the cabin. At which point, Bong peels off and instructs his wingman to finish shooting that 0 down, even though it was already going down. And this young pilot figures, like, okay, well, maybe he's just, like, training me. Maybe he wants me to get target practice. I have no idea while he's doing this. Then they land, they get back from the mission, and Bong comes up to him and he's like, "Hey, I saw you down that 0. I'm willing to sign off on it so that you get that confirmed kill." At which point, this young pilot is like, "No, you had that. It was already done. It was over with by the time I shot at it. That's your confirmed downed enemy." At which point Bong is like, "Look, you shot it last. It's yours. If you don't take it, I'm not gonna, so it's just gonna go untaken." At this—
Why is the ace of aces, who is trying to break a kill record for downed enemy aircrafts, giving away kills? Why is he giving away credit?
point, General Kenny just smiles, tells this young pilot, "Look, whatever happened, that's between you and Bong. You guys can figure it out. You're dismissed." He leaves the room. General Kenny realizes that Dick Bong is being an exceptional leader. He's not trying to be a glory hog. He's not caring about this race to be the ace of aces. He's just going out there trying to make sure that he gets the job done effectively and keeps everybody as safe as possible. Now, that being—
He's a good leader, and that's a good thing. Yeah, sharing is caring. But that wasn't the vibes I was really feeling earlier. I feel like he was like really, truly going for it. You know what I mean? And, you know, this isn't like a video game where it's just like, hey man, stop stealing all my kills, right? This is like actual combat, so whoever gets it, really. So, I mean, hell, and who knows how many kills he actually gave away. That probably would add to whatever total they say he currently has.
Being said, General Kenny was also kind of interested to find out just how much of a badass his starfighter pilot was at this point in time, so he kind of started to keep track the best he could and try to figure out what Bong's criteria was as to when he took the kill and when he gave it away. And what he was able to figure out was he figured that for every 2 kills that Bong took, he gave 1 away. So Bong could have easily ran up the scoreboard and padded his stats to be an even more impressive pilot than he already was, but he cared about his men more. And this would become even more apparent about a month later. He's racked up 5 more confirmed downed enemy aircrafts, tying him with his mentor Thomas Lynch for 15. If he shoots down 1 more enemy plane, he becomes America's current ace of aces in World War II and the most likely man to break Eddie Rickenbacker's record. And he's out on a mission and he does just that. He downs 1 more enemy aircraft and then he looks over and he sees that one of his wingmen has an engine down and he's desperately trying to limp his plane into the clouds as a Zero is closing in on him. Bong now has a decision to make. On one hand, he's the new ace of aces. He knows it. When he lands this plane, if he makes it home safe from this mission, he might never fly again. He probably doesn't have to if he doesn't want to. They'll ship him back home to America to sell war bonds where he can party and live up the high life for the rest of forever. He's a celebrity now. On the other hand, his guy needs help. He immediately dives and positions his P-38 in between his friend and the Zero in such a fashion that the Zero either has to veer off course or drive directly into Bong's plane, killing both of them. The Zero veers off, but now Bong needs to get his guy more time to be able to make it into the clouds so that the Zero doesn't get back on his tail. And the only way he can think to do that is to become a more enticing target so that the Zero tries to down him instead. So Bong shuts off one of his engines and then starts jerking the controls left and right and up and down, making the plane look unstable and like he's desperately trying to level it out so he doesn't crash. The Zero interprets this as Bong's about to go down, so he veers off towards Bong because he wants to for sure kill. So Bong basically baits this Zero.
In video game terms, this is called drawing aggro.
Away from his wingman, and then once he gets far enough away that his wingman's in the clouds and he should make it home safe, Bong starts the second engine and attempts to outrun him, at which point the Zero opens fire and shoots the cab, but Bong is just out of there because his plane is so much faster.
Yeah.
See you, chump.
Couple minutes later, the Zero ends up giving up. It peels off. Bong's making his way back to the airstrip, and then suddenly the P-38 starts shaking violently, and Bong is like, what the fuck is going on? He's looking around. He turns around and looks, and the ass end of his plane is, well, half of it's just not there. Apparently that Zero had hit him with way more machine gun fire than he had thought, and he needs to be able to get this plane down now. Bailing out isn't really an option because there's Japanese all over the place and they're gonna kill him or strafe him with machine gun fire the second he gets into his parachute. So he's got to try to land it somewhere. He knows that there's a nearby island that the Marines had just captured that they were working on building an airstrip on, but it wasn't finished yet. Okay, not a great option, but it's literally the best option he has. His options right now are land in the jungle or land on a partially built runway. So he opts for the runway. He radios ahead to the base like, hey, get the construction crews off that runway. I'm coming in hot. I'm about to wreck my plane. So he goes in, he lands, does everything he can to get this plane stopped in time, but it's just not possible. Ends up overshooting the runway and driving into the ditch in front of it. While he wasn't able to stop all the way on the runway, he was able to slow down enough that the ditch stopped him and he was able to walk away without a scratch on him. Upon inspecting his plane, he had been hit over 50 times from the Japanese Zero, with multiple rounds being stopped by the cockpit armor and saving his life. Dick Bong had almost died, yet somehow not even gotten hurt. It's a classic case of plot armor, and he is now also the top ace in World War II, and he doesn't even have a plane. That P-38's complete garbage now, and for most pilots, if you lost your plane, you probably weren't going to get another one for a long time, meaning that you were going to be grounded. However, this is Dick Bong, the top ace of World War II. They got him a new plane in like 2 weeks. So that's great, but the real problem that comes into play is now General Kenny's chain of command, you know, the top...
I feel like if you're a pilot already, they should get you a new plane, period. Right? It's, you know, it's not like, I don't know, I just feel like they should always get, I mean, I can understand if you don't have the number of planes, but I don't know, man. At least now, if we lose a plane, our pilots now will have a plane the next day. That should have been the case back then, I feel, too. You can't really be stingy with this kind of stuff, especially for these types of service members. their job was like hella important. So to be like, oh, you gotta wait like months and this and that, like, no, bitch, there's a war happening, like, and I'm good to go. Like, give me another plate now.
Bosses are like, okay, well, your boy Bong is the top ace of World War II right now. We need to get him home. We need to keep him safe. We don't want him getting hurt. He's a celebrity. He's the crocodile killer. But General Kenny knows Bong better than any of these guys, and he knows that Bong isn't interested in being the ace of aces. He's not going out there taking every kill he can. He's not trying to get stats. He's going out there and doing his job to the best of his ability and trying to save as many of his men as he possibly can. And for that reason, General Kenny wants him to be the #1 guy. But he also realizes that maybe that's not fair to Bong either, and maybe Bong does want to go back home, and that should be his reward if that's what he wants. So he kind of very tactfully puts the ball in Bong's court and gives him the choice of what he wants to do without actually doing that. And the way he goes about doing that is he tells Bong, hey, when you get 20 confirmed kills, I'm sending you home for 2 months for vacation. And he knows that this means that Bong is going to pick and choose when he hits that 20 kill mark, because he knows that Bong isn't a glory hound. He'll shoot down 20 enemy planes and give all the kills to his men if he wants to, and that's his choice to make now. So naturally, Bong does what any Midwestern farm kid would do, and he perfectly times him hitting 20 confirmed down enemies so that he makes it home to Wisconsin just in time for deer season.
I don't just knock them out. I picked around.
Oh, that's great.
So Bong gets back to America. They parade him around. He's in the news.
That explains a little bit why he was giving away kills there towards the very end. He was just extending his time.
Papers, he's on the radio, they're interviewing him, he's doing war bond drives, and after a couple weeks he's like tired. To the chain of command, he's like, look, I just want to go back home to Wisconsin, see my family, and hunt some deer and be left alone for a little bit. Can I do that? And they're like, okay, yeah, fine. You deserved it. Go ahead. They get him a train, takes him up to Superior, Wisconsin. And he gets to Superior the night of homecoming for the University of Wisconsin Superior, his former college. And he goes to the homecoming event, ends up bumping into the homecoming queen, and they end up becoming a thing. Which, I mean, A, obviously that happens. I mean, look at the guy. He's clearly the main character. Obviously, he's going to get to date the homecoming queen. However, B, this is kind of a crazy scenario.
Wait, so it does fit a second person. Is that a P-38? Or is that a different one? I don't know.
Obviously, he's going to get to date the homecoming queen. However, B, this is kind of a crazy scenario to think about that probably happened all the time in World War II, right? I mean, could you imagine being like a high school senior or a college freshman or sophomore that was a dude going to school at this point in time trying to score a girlfriend? Like, you go up to the homecoming queen trying to hit on her thinking you're hot shit because you played varsity football, then you find out that she's already being hit on by the deadliest fighter pilot in United States military history. You're just completely outclassed, like you never stood a chance.
You haven't even got a name tag. You've got no chance. Why don't you just fall down? Got some.
So Bong ends up scoring a date with the homecoming queen. He takes her out to dinner at this diner, and while they're out at dinner, little kids are coming up to their table asking Dick Bong for his autograph in front of the girl that he's trying to impress. So obviously she gets swept off her feet. They fall in love. They end up dating the entire rest of the time that he's in America on leave. And during the rest of the time, Dick is also going out hunting white-tailed deer with his brothers and his dad, and he's also doing a bunch of local news interviews, and he's super modest about the entire thing. He keeps getting asked, you know, how do you manage to shoot down so many enemies compared to everybody else? Why is it you? What are you doing that's different? And every single time he gives an answer that's along the lines of, I don't know, I'm just lucky. I'm just out there flying and shooting, and the Japanese pilots just keep getting in my way. The rest of his leave passes by in the blink of an eye. Marge wants to marry this guy, and he wants to marry her.
They just keep
too,
running in front of my bullets, man. I don't know what to tell you.
And then go off to war and pass away and then leave her a widow after dating for 6 weeks. So Richard basically tells Marge, the love of his life, like, hey, I love you. I want to marry you too, but I can't do that and leave you a widow. So if you wait for me and I make it back, we'll absolutely get married. And with that, she promises to wait for him. He goes back off to war, but the one request he has before he goes is that she gives him a picture of her that he can have. And she's thinking like, oh, he wants to like stick it on his cockpit or have it in his helmet or in his hat or whatever. So she gets him some pictures and he goes back off to war. So Bong gets back to the Pacific Theater, and he had a little bit bigger plans than having that picture inside of his hat. Because he's, you know, Top Gun, he's the ace of aces right now, he's going to get a custom paint job. That's not an option for a lot of other pilots or other planes, especially in the Pacific where everybody's so short on supply.
That kind of answers that question just a little bit. I wonder what the case is now with fighter pilots and the names of their planes. surely they can name it, right? They don't have to go with some generic shit that the Air Force came up with, or that the military came up with, right? Because I'm just thinking about it, man. If I'm good enough to fly a F-35, you bet your ass I'm gonna fucking name it, right? Just makes sense, really. Not like anyone's gonna see that name either. The enemy won't even see it. Not against F-35 anyway.
But he's the top guy. If anybody's going to get a custom paint job, it's going to be him. So he's getting red nose cones, red wingtips, and he's getting that picture painted right on the side of his plane with red cursive that says Marge, and that becomes the name.
The last thing you see before I kill you is my old lady. She's pretty, isn't she? Bam! You're down. You're dead. Fuck you. Oh man, I thought he was just gonna put the name, but the picture's so over the top. All right.
Of his plane. He then gets teamed back up with his buddy Tom Lynch because he's back in the picture now too, and then they both get pulled into General Kenny's office, and they both get told they're no longer going to be attached to the same fighter wing that they were last time they were here, and they both promptly kind of recoil and freak out a little bit.
Why? That's like breaking up Shaq and Kobe.
Thinking that they're going to ground both of them because they don't want to risk their top pilots. General Kenny, on the other hand, had a completely different idea because he kind of decides he's just going to cut them loose.
I never understood that thought process. We don't want to lose our top pilots. Okay, man, that's like a pro team not starting their best player because they don't want him to get hurt. We kind of need him for the game, you know what I mean? Like, it's counterintuitive. But I guess there's some logic behind it, I suppose.
And freak out a little bit, thinking that they're going to ground both of them because they don't want to risk their top pilots. General Kenny, on the other hand, had a completely different idea because he kind of decides he's just going to cut them loose. Basically, you guys are freelancers. You can come and go on whatever missions you want whenever you want to. You're the top dogs. He realizes that this war needs heroes, and these are the best two men to do it, so he's just going to let them do their thing. And this wasn't just unique to these two. The U.S. Army Air Force had actually started doing this with all their top aces, and it ended up being a great strategy and a great plan. It seems weird to us to just kind of let guys pick and choose what missions they go on, but you got to realize at the time, all these top aces were very well publicized. Everybody knew who these guys were. They were basically celebrities. I mean, not just celebrities. These guys were like superheroes to everybody else. You know what?
I can't tell you a single name of a pilot today for any one of the aircrafts that we have. F-16, F-22, F-35. Hell, even the fucking C-130s and shit. I mean, I met a couple, but like, I can't tell you a single name. That's
what I mean? So like, if you were a new pilot in World War II and you found out that Dick Bong and Tommy Lynch wanted to go on a mission with you, you felt like you were going to be invincible. I mean, it's the modern day equivalent of like walking up to a GWAT veteran that's about to step out behind the wire to go on an infantry patrol and being like, oh, hey, Private Johnson, did you want Rambo and the fucking Terminator to go on this mission with you? Like, yeah, I do, actually. That'd be dope. So it worked out absolutely incredible. It boosted the morale of pretty much everybody because everybody got to be in the proximity of basically what amounts to a superhero. And then on top of that...
I do know the feeling. I do know the feeling of that. My first deployment, I was at 2 different FOBs. And the second FOB that we went to, there was a Special Forces compound on the FOB. There was SF guys in it. Right? So, never really was all that afraid while I was on the FOB, as opposed to the one that we were at prior to that, being surrounded 360 degrees by mountains. This other FOB was in a more dangerous area, but we had SF there, and that just made me feel so much more comfortable. I was just like, ain't nobody fucking with this base. Ain't nobody fucking with this FOB. It's like, no, it's not happening. We did get a lot of IDF, though, because it's the only thing these fucking losers can do.
It made it impossible.
I'm not sure if they knew we had SF on the FOB or not, but I don't know.
For the Japanese to know, like, okay, well, this famous aviator's in this unit, this famous aviator's in that unit. Now, they're just moving around all over the place. So at any given time, that you try to engage the American Air Force, they might have a main character sitting there waiting to fuck up your entire day. So Dick Bong and Tommy Lynch both get teamed up as wingmen. Tommy Lynch has 18 confirmed kills, Dick Bong has 20, and they go on an absolute tear, going on crazy missions, shooting down everything they come in contact with. They end up earning the nickname the Flying Circus. So this goes on for about a month. They go on a ton of missions together, and then in February of 1944, the Americans intercept a transmission saying that a plane is taking off right now from Rabaul, and it is full of a bunch of Japanese generals and high-ranking military people, and it's making its way over to Wewak, which is right on the edge of their area of operation.
What are you waiting for? Chinese New Year? Go, go, go!
Kenny immediately sends Lynch and Bong, I mean, full sprint to the planes on the airstrip, taking off, just the two of them. They fly all the way there, 400 miles an hour, just maxing out their P-38s, trying to get there in time. They hit the Wewak airstrip, and this transport plane with all the military officers just landed, and it's taxiing towards a shelter building. It is at this point that Lynch radios over to Bong and is like, hey, we were in such a hurry to get here. I don't have any of my sight markers set up to be able to shoot accurately. You're gonna have to take this shot. So Bong dives down, strafes this plane, arcs back up, gets ready to do a U-turn to make a second strafing run when the plane blows up completely, and they both dip. They bounce. They're gone. They make their getaway.
Shit.
Now, shooting a plane that's on the ground doesn't count towards your tally for the ace of aces. However, inside of that
yeah, but it's full of
plane, it was later confirmed that there was a major general, a brigadier general, and their entire staff. So
that's worth everything. That's worth more than a kill on some fucking Zero or just some other plane. This is worth so much more.
That one plane had a much bigger impact on the war than any singular Zero could have ever had. And this really goes to show Bong's integrity, because all he had to do to get that transport plane to count as an aerial victory for his tally for Ace of Aces was to say that it was like a foot off the ground and it was about to land. His buddy Tommy Lynch would have absolutely signed off to whatever he said, and then that would have counted. But Bong didn't want that, because that's not what happened. He didn't care about padding his stats, because he didn't care about any of that stuff. He was just there to do his job. 1 month later, March 1944, Bong and Lynch are out on another mission, and they are strafing
Bong is the type of man to return a blank check that's already been signed.
Japanese ships inside of the harbor. They make their first pass, they strafe these ships, they go up, they go to make a second pass where they're strafing, and one of the ships is able to hit Lynch's plane.
Damn.
And the plane goes down, and it was too low to the ground for him to be able to bail out with a parachute, and his body was never recovered. General Kenny, being essentially what amounts to Bong's guardian angel at this point, said that Bong appeared to be handling the death of his friend fine. However, I mean, it can't be fine, right? Even if you're putting on a strong face, you know that shit hurts. So he had ended up giving Bong a mission where he was going to taxi down to Australia, and he was going to fly a new plane back. And he had radioed down to Australia, and he told the commander that was in charge of this new plane that Bong was being sent to pick up, hey, I'm sending down one of my guys to pick up this plane and drive it back. That plane is not going to be ready for at least 2 weeks. And if it is, I'm going to demote you at least 2 pay grades. Do you understand? And
this is his way of putting Bong on leave.
This was General Kenny's creative way of getting Bong leave without making Bong feel like he was taking leave. To make things even worse, during this time while Bong was away, some random pilot needed to go on a reconnaissance mission, and his plane was being worked on, so he's like, oh, well, I'll just take, Dick Bong's famous plane with the custom paint job that everybody knows as Marge, and I'm just going to fly out on this recon mission. I'm not going into combat. Shouldn't be an issue.
No. Hold on now. Let me hear this one more time.
Random pilot
hold on
leave. To make things even worse, during this time while Bong was away, some random pilot needed to go on a reconnaissance mission, and his plane was being worked on, so he's like, oh, well, I'll just take, Dick Bong's famous plane with the custom paint job that everybody knows as Marge, and I'm just gonna fly out on this recon.
That's a terrible idea. That's a terrible idea. This plane has literally been terrorizing the enemy for months, if not years at this point. The second they see this plane, it's on sight, and you can't fly like Dick at all. That's bad for you. Oh no.
Mission, I'm not going into combat, shouldn't.
But the plane's a target, dog. It doesn't matter the mission. They see you, it's on sight.
Be an issue, and he ends up crashing the fucking plane into the jungles of New Guinea, and
never mind, you're just ass. I was sitting here looking out for you. Nope, you're just a jackass, man. But hey, is Dick gonna be mad? I mean, remember what he did in San Francisco, that little mental blunder that he had when he was 21 years old. See, he's a good guy. I don't think he'll be all that mad. He's just probably going to be disappointed.
Was never found.
Which is even worse sometimes.
Ever again. Until like 2 months ago. So in 2024, they actually did track down this plane.
Wow, it was never found up until recently? Christ.
That shouldn't be an issue, and he ends up crashing the fucking plane into the jungles of New Guinea, and it was never found ever again.
That was not at all what I thought was going to happen. What I say still stands. What I say still stands.
Until like 2 months ago. So in 2024, they actually did track down this plane. They found it, and fun fact, the only way they were actually able to identify it was because of the red paint that was extremely unique to Bong's custom paint job. So he gets back to base, he finds out that some pilot wrecked his plane, doesn't really care that much, he's just happy that the pilot survived and he was okay. Otherwise he didn't—
Wait, the pilot survived, but the plane wasn't recovered up until... Well, yeah, that makes sense, because he probably bailed out and he landed somewhere completely different than the plane, and there's no sense in going back to the plane for what? It's destroyed. Right, just get picked up. Where's the plane? Oh no, man, somewhere over fucking there. Take me home. And yeah, okay.
Really care. He ends up writing home to Marge and is like, hey, look, I got like 24 confirmed downed enemy aircraft. I got 2 more to go to tie the record. 1 more breaks the record. If I break this record, they're going to give me leave, send me home on a war bond tour, and then I can finally come home, see you, see my family. That's what I really want. That's his new goal. He needs to down 3 enemies because he wants to go home. Next couple of days, he goes out on a mission. Dick Bong wants to down 3 enemies. He's going to down 3 enemies, and that's exactly what he does. He downs 1, downs another, downs the 3rd right above the water, like 10 feet above the water line. He absolutely smoked this last 0. Goes back, lands. He's like, cool, I just broke the record. And they're like, well, actually, there was no film in that random P-38 that you jumped in because, you know, your plane was gone and nobody loaded that spare P-38 up.
Fine, I'll go get 3 more.
With gun film, and there's only 2 witnesses for 2 of the planes, and nobody saw the 3rd one, so now you're just
tied. You're
just tied for the record, actually. To which Bong is like, I mean, fine, whatever. Goes up the very next day, shoots down 1 enemy. Now he's at 27. He's broken the record.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
So now he's got 28. He is the ace of aces. He has had more aerial victories than any other U.S. aviator in U.S. military history. The news breaks out. They're having celebrations, the whole 9 yards. Eddie Rickenbacker, his childhood hero, calls him on the phone. They record the conversation. It's like scripted, so it's kind of awkward, but they record the conversation they have. Eddie Rickenbacker sends in that case of scotch that he promised. General Kenny gives him that case of champagne that he promised. Now remember, this isn't too far after Prohibition. Giving troops alcohol was controversial when they said they were going to do it. It's probably going to be controversial when they...
Listen, when it comes to soldiers, you either give us the alcohol or we take it. It doesn't matter to us. We're gonna do it.
Actually do it. So General Kenny's boss, General Hap Arnold, actually sends him a bunch of Coca-Cola instead. And then General MacArthur gets reminded of the fact that he promised to send Bong, or whoever breaks Rickenbacker's record, an entire case of champagne. So naturally, MacArthur, being a man of his word, sends that case of champagne. No, I'm just kidding. MacArthur, remaining entirely on brand, proceeds to smoke his corncob pipe while shying away from conflict and having other people handle it for him. He has his staff issue a public statement, more or less wagging the finger at General Kenny and Eddie Rickenbacker, saying that he doesn't think it's appropriate to incentivize young troops with alcohol.
Lying son of a bitch.
I'm sorry, I'm not a very big MacArthur fan and it's showing. I apologize. Anyways, the media goes absolutely crazy and they all show up. They want to take
like, dog, you're a general, man. Who's going to fire you? The only person that can is the president. If I can remember correctly, I think that's the only person that can fire a general. What are you so afraid of? The fucking president at the time was getting mail delivered by plane. I think you're fine.
Pictures of Dick Bong, America's
vacation house.
his ace of aces with his legendary P-38 Marge, and they get there and they're like, oh yeah, that plane crashed, we don't have it anymore. It's not that big of a deal. He only shot down like 4 planes in it anyways. He's just been flying normal P-38s like everybody else the rest of the time. But the Army PR department's like, no, we'll make another one that's an exact replica. So they go, they get another P-38, they paint it up the exact same way, and then he goes and takes a bunch of pictures with it, despite the fact he's never even flown the thing. Not long after this, Bong gets word, hey, you're grounded, you're gonna go back to America for a little bit. You're the new ace of aces. We can't be sending you up on missions and having you getting killed. You're way too important. So he kind of sort of got exactly what he wanted. But Bong has one request from Major Kenny. Once he gets back to the States, but before he goes back home to Wisconsin, he wanted to attend gunnery school. To which General Kenny and everybody else in the chain of command was like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're the best fighter ace in American history. Why do you want to go back to school for more training? Then, in what is probably the greatest demonstration of humility and leadership that I've ever seen, Bong goes on to explain to General Kenny that he doesn't feel like he's very good at gunnery. He doesn't feel like he's a good shot. And he tells the general, I don't shoot that great. I just get so close to the enemy I can't miss. At a range, I'm not that good, and I feel like when I was taught gunnery 3 years prior, it was when we hadn't fully developed it, and I feel like they've made a lot of advancements, and I need to go learn that so that when I come back, I can teach all my men that missed out on that training as well. So,
dude, wow. And I guess that was one of the pros to the P-38. It was so fast that you could close the gap on your, so fast on your enemy that you could shoot him at point blank and then just veer off as fast as you caught him. So just like, here's the plane, here's you, like that, and you're gone. But at long range, Dick Bong here is not that good. And he admitted it to everyone. Said, yeah, I think I need to go back to school for this. Close range, I'm a god. Long range, kind of amateur. So I should probably practice. That's after all that. Never stop learning.
So they agree. They grant his wish. Dick Bong, America's ace of aces, the man that has shot down more enemy aircrafts than anyone else on the planet, is going back to school to learn how to shoot. And then
It's the equivalent. Oh my god, dude! It's the equivalent of a Navy SEAL. Not going back through buds. A Navy SEAL going through regular basic training. Not buds. Not all the hardcore Navy shit that you do in SEAL training. Regular standard basic training. 9 weeks. It's like sending a SEAL to do that, or a SEAL going to do that. Why? Wouldn't make any fucking sense, but that's literally the equivalent. Top tier operator going back to just some of the most basic things. All in the name of getting better. Impressive.
Dick Bong turns around, storms back in General Kenny's office. He's like, oh, and one more thing, okay? One more favor. I want you to look for that other plane that I shot down that film didn't capture and apparently nobody witnessed. I shot it down right above the waterline. Pulls out General Kenny's map, puts a circle on it. He's like, it's right there. I shot off its left wing and I shot the cockpit. It's there, I guarantee it. If you get a chance and that section gets cleared, send divers down there. I shot down that plane. To which General Kenny's kind of like, I don't understand why you care so much about this.
Because they said I didn't, and I know I did, and I'm a man of my word, and are you calling me a liar? It's down there. Go look.
This particular plane when you give away half your aerial victories to your guys anyways, but I mean, whatever, sure, if I get a chance to verify that plane's down there, I will happily do so and make sure that you get awarded that aerial victory. Bong never did write down why he cared so much about this particular aerial victory, but I think it was because it was really the first time in his career that his integrity had ever been questioned.
Yeah.
He had given away so many other aerial victories, and he was very, very honest.
Don't tell me I'm wrong, bitch. I was there. And I've shot down 40, and you know I've shot down 40. I've shot down more than that, but you're not gonna know. And now you're questioning me on this one in particular? How dare you? You know who you're talking to? But he didn't say it that way. He's more humble and more respectful. So.
And straightforward with his record and what he had accomplished. And the one time that he had claimed to have done something that couldn't be substantiated, not having people believe him, I think kind of rubbed him the wrong way, which understandably, it would rub me the wrong way too. Regardless, America's Ace of Aces heads back to America, goes to gunnery school, and while he's there, that sector of the Pacific does get cleared of the enemy, and General Kinney has the opportunity to send divers down, and being true to his word, he does just that. They pull this plane out of the ocean, and fucking sure enough, it was hit 11 times, almost cutting off the left wing and hitting the cockpit, shooting the pilot in the chest and the head, downing the plane. For sure, Dick Bong gets credit for an aerial victory when he's on the other side of the planet. Back in America, he now has 28 aerial victories. Meanwhile, Bong is still at gunnery school, honing his skills, getting better and better, and then finally he gets done with that, and he's like, okay, perfect. Now, I'm finally gonna go back home to Wisconsin, and I'm finally gonna propose to my girlfriend, Marge. But then the big...
Damn, she's been... I forgot all about Marge. She's been waiting this whole time. What a patient woman.
Green Weenie strikes again, and the chain of command steps in and is like, actually, counteroffer, instead of you going home, what if we paraded you around the entire country to sell more war bonds and made you talk to the news every second of every day?
I'm so tired of that.
This is a rhetorical question. You have to do it. To which Bong is like, I mean... okay, it's not great. I would way rather go home, but I guess at the end of the day, I'm just talking about flying and doing my job, which I love. So as long as I get to, you know, talk about something I love and tell everybody the truth, I guess I could do that. And that's when the government's like, well, actually, we're going to assign a bunch.
Yeah, you're going to be really lippy on yeah.
of PR people that are going to tell you exactly what to say.
You're gonna read from a
so he goes out, he gets paraded around the country. He hates it pretty much the entire time, and he gets progressively more and more agitated with the situation because he's going from place to place telling the right answers and not actually how he feels about the situation. It eventually kind of comes to a boiling point when a reporter asks Bong straight up, like, why are you here? Why would they take their best pilot out of the game? And Bong just deadpans, looks the reporter straight in the face and is like, so I don't die. Which is not the politically correct answer that he was supposed to respond to that question with, but it is 100% the truth. Then there's this awkward silence, and the reporter asks another question, and Bong is, he's finally had enough. Bong just goes, you know what? Just ask that guy over there. He's the PR guy. He knows all the answers. I gotta go. And he leaves. After that,
it's irritating, man. It is. And I don't think I can do that. I dealt with the media once, man, once, when I was deployed. And they specifically told us, do not talk to the media. Like, all of the people lower than the rank of, like, I don't know, E5. Like, do not talk to the media. And we're like, oh, whatever, I don't give a fuck. I don't like those fuckers anyways. And so I'm sitting there fucking around with my kit and shit, and one of the camera people and, like, a reporter, they're setting their shit up, and a reporter's, like, standing right here. I'm just fucking around my stuff, ignoring them. And she asked me a question. And I answered her question very brutally honestly, and then my squad leader comes over there, he yanks me up by the fucking neck. He's like, I told you not to talk to fucking people. If I catch you talking to anyone again, I don't know what I'm gonna do, but you're not gonna like it, right? And yeah, I got in trouble. I can't even remember what the fuck I said to this lady, but the look on her face was not good, really. I'm guessing I just didn't read the situation well, I suppose. And you guys know me. I don't really say what's supposed to be said. I say what needs to be said. I just said what was on my mind, really. She didn't like what I said. She was just like, and the guy's camera wasn't even on yet. So yeah, I got yanked up by my squad leader, and then we got yelled at a little bit. We got pulled off to the side. Listen, didn't I tell you motherfuckers not to talk to the media? Like, holy shit. Falcon. And he looked at me. I was like, I mean, I wasn't gonna be rude. She asked me a question, Sergeant. Anyways. Yeah, they don't, and that begs the whole question, like, why even deal with them if you're just gonna have to, you know, lie and say all this, like, this fluff shit, man? And it's a real thing, and the movie Forrest Gump, it puts it really, really well. Remember when Forrest goes up there? I'll tell you what Vietnam's like. And then one of the generals yanks the fucking thing on the microphone so he can't say anything. That's how it be. That's how it be. And it's just like, I don't like that. Tell the truth, man. It is what it is. Went over there, a whole bunch of people died. Killed a whole bunch of people. There's definitely war crimes, right? But that's just the way it is. That's war. Y'all wanted a victory, you got the victory. Right? There you go. You can't be mad about what it looks like. You wanted this. So, anyways.
That the chain of command is like, okay, fine, just go back home to Wisconsin. You've earned it. Have some time off, and then we'll figure out where to go from there. So he makes his way back to Superior, Wisconsin, finally catches back up with Marge, and he wants to propose to her, but there's reporters all over him all the time. And if it's not reporters, it's his family. If it's not his family, it's friends that want to catch up with him. And if it's not friends that want to catch up with him, it's just random strangers that want to meet Dick Bong, America's ace of aces, the war hero. The man is just trying to propose to his girlfriend Marge, and he can't get 5 seconds alone with her. The only alone time this guy gets is when he's taking a dump, and it's driving him nuts, okay? And then one day, finally, he's had enough of this shit. He's in the car with Marge, and he pulls over on the side of the road, and he gets out in the middle of a cornfield and proposes to Marge, and she says yes. And then
it's not the ideal way, but it's the only way it could have happened. That's the shit I'm talking about. There's no way, man. The soldiers, they're not built for that kind of stuff. The celebrity lifestyle, I mean, some can, but a majority of us. I'm not even going to speak for the majority. I couldn't deal with that, man. What he's dealing with, it's just like, you know, we're not, it defeats the whole purpose of the selfless service, in my opinion. We're not celebrities, we're not gods, we shouldn't be worshipped. Appreciation is fine, but you know what I mean? This shit would drive me insane. It's just like, man, I'm just a random fucking nobody from a random state that you would have never known otherwise, all right? And it's just a job that I was doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's annoying, man. And it's doubly annoying that the military, they expect this, really. Almost like, it's just like taking advantage of you, almost, in a way. Like, exploiting you and exploiting your achievements for their gain, but at the same time, you wouldn't be where you are without them, so it's kind of like quid pro quo a little bit, but at the same time, it's just like, bro, let me be. I already did my service. Like, this whole bullshit that you have me doing, this isn't what I signed up for, and this definitely was not in my contract. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, no, it's awful.
And the media finds out about that, then they want to interview him about that, and it just makes the attention factor that much more intense. And finally, he's like, okay, I have to find a cockpit. I have to get back up in a plane to get away from people so I can have a moment to think to myself. So he's like, okay, cool. He goes to the nearest U.S. Army airfield in Wisconsin and walks onto base and is like, yo, Dick Bong, ace of aces, I want to fly a P-38, hook it up. Now, I couldn't find out the exact unit or airfield, but presumably it was like a National Guard or reserve unit, so they're like starstruck, they're like looking at the picture like, you're Dick Bong, and he's like, yeah, I know, okay, just can I fly a plane or not? And they're like, I mean, yeah, I guess. So they let him take a P-38, and then he goes and he's like buzzing his parents' house, and he's buzzing over Marge's house. He buzzes the high school that his brother's in. He's just like doing aerial stunts over Poplar and Superior, Wisconsin.
Dude just needed to blow off some steam.
And like, nobody's batting an eye. It's just like, oh, that's just our local superhero doing stunts in a P-38 overhead. Then he starts getting a bunch of news coverage for that, which is fine because he doesn't have to talk to anybody or interview about it. He just gets to go up and fly a plane.
But you can't stay in the air forever. You gotta eventually come back down.
And do cool shit, which is what he loves. So that goes on for a couple of weeks, and then finally his leave is coming to an end. He says goodbye to Marge. They don't get married yet, but they plan on getting married as soon as the war gets over, and then he has to set back off. He's got one more big press conference before he heads back over.
Dude, shout outs to Marge. She's like the real MVP here. You have any idea how long this girl has been waiting for this man? Like, man, when I was deployed, my girlfriend couldn't even wait 1 year before she started cheating on me, right? When I was gone, right? Like, what a stellar woman.
The Pacific. So he goes into this press conference. He's being good. He's answering the questions the way he's supposed to, you know. And one of the journalists is finally like, you know, Mr. Bong, have you been paying much attention to the news? And he's like, I mean, not really. It seems like you guys are paying attention to me. I don't have much time to pay attention to you guys. They're like, oh, so have you heard about your 28th aerial victory? And he's like, what? And he goes, yeah, General Kenny actually dug up that plane out of the bottom of the ocean floor and proved that you downed 28 enemy aircrafts. To which Bong is like,
I fucking knew it! Oh!
I told you, fucker.
Fast forward a couple weeks, Bong is back over in the Pacific. He's meeting up with General Kenny.
If only he would have said that and said it just that way. Fucking told you. Okay.
And he's like, okay, here's the plan, Bong. You're going to be an instructor. How about that? And Bong is like, counteroffer, what if instead I do a little bit of instructing and then I get back up in the sky and shoot down all the enemies so I can end this war and go back home and marry my girlfriend? How about that? And General Kenny is just like, you know I can't send you up there. You're the ace of aces. I can't have you getting hurt.
And I would have been like, but you know you can. You're the general. You have all the power. Who's going to fire you?
Okay, and you're going to end the war faster if you're a teacher, right? Because if you train 100 new pilots how to shoot and fly better, and you make
no, bro. This is like, just because you go through a summer camp with LeBron James doesn't mean that you're going to be as good as LeBron James. This man is a natural pilot. He's naturally good. He's like that one pilot. Like that one pilot said at the beginning of the video when he was flying the Texas tanker, whatever the fuck that shit was called. He's a naturally gifted pilot. You can teach to be a pilot, but some of the shit that he knows and how he operates, some of the shit is unteachable, man. So it would just be faster if, I don't know, man. This is like a once in a lifetime pilot, right? You can't just like, he can teach, but I don't know, man. He's just so unique in his skills and abilities. It's not an everyday kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? There's only one Hank Aaron. There's only one Wayne Gretzky. There's only one Michael Jordan. There's only one Tom Brady. And these guys can teach you all day until they're blue in the face, but you might not be like them. So let them play out the rest of the fourth quarter.
Them even 5% better, and that 5% translates to one more kill for every guy. You've taken down 500 enemy planes, not just the 20 or 30 extra that you can take down yourself. To which Bong is just like, I know, I understand that, but
that's
also
cool
I want to fly. It's literally all I've ever wanted to do. It's my whole shtick. I've worked for it my whole life. I don't want to talk to the news. I don't want to be famous. I don't want to be the ace of aces. I just want to do my job. To which Kenny is like, I know, okay? Just look, train a bunch of guys first, and then if that goes well, I'll figure out some way to get you back up in a P-38. To which Bong is like, okay, fine. For General Kenny,
on the spot training, do it that way. Like, hey, we got this new training thing where, yeah, we're going to train you in a non-combat environment. We're also going to train on the fly in a combat environment. Obviously, don't actually do that. I mean, technically you could. If your pilots are ready, you could do on the spot training or in an actual setting training. You know, when I deployed, I learned on the spot because it was my first time. I learned on mission. I learned on foot patrol. I learned on convoy. You pick things up, right? So just say that. We need him in the sky so that he can, you know, further training. And once these group of men feel comfortable as a unit and a cohesive group, then we can ground them. But just let them be up there for training purposes, you know, help them, you know, with experience, wisdom, knowledge, stuff like that. Because I can tell you a whole bunch of shit all day in a simulation, but you got to do it. You got to see it, and I have to see you do it. I got to teach you. I have to watch you do it. I have to give you instruction. I have to give you tips after I've seen you do it. What can be improved? What can be better? Just lie. Not hard. Military life.
Kenny, I'll do
military lives people all the time.
General Kenny's been my #1 guy the entire time, ever since I was in flight school. He's always had my back. If he says he's going to do this for me, I know he's going to make it happen somehow. So Bong goes and proceeds to be the best instructor that he possibly can be. He's going around the Pacific from airfield to airfield, from island to island, training all the P-38 pilots with all the new gunnery techniques that he's just learned and mastered, as well as all the flight techniques that he already knew. And Bong is such a good instructor that after like 6 weeks, General Kenny can actually see in the after action reports that the accuracy and the engagement distances are both increasing for all of the P-38s in the Pacific Theater that have gone through Bong's training. After realizing this, General Kenny knows he's got to keep his word to Bong, so he calls Bong into his office and he's like, okay, look, I'm going to let you go up in a P-38 on a mission. We have a major bombing run. Like 100 bombers are going to go bomb an oil refinery on the island of Borneo, and we're going to have a bunch of P-38s flying overhead as escort to fight off Japanese fighters if they show up, okay? You can go up with the P-38s. You're not allowed to engage offensively. You can only shoot to defend yourself, and that is it. You are supposed to lay back and observe. So they take...
That's too easy. That's too easy. You are only to engage to defend yourself. I can find so many ways around that one order right there in a combat zone. And I'm sure Dick Bong can find the ways too.
Take off on this mission. It is 35 P-38 Lightnings escorting 100 American bombers to this oil refinery. And on their way there, like 100 Japanese fighters show up. So the P-38s are outnumbered like 3 to 1. But here's the thing. This is Dick Bong and 34 other P-38 Lightning pilots that have been trained by Dick Bong going toe-to-toe with 100 Japanese pilots in like mid to late 1944. If you don't know, the Japanese military at this point in time, not doing too hot, especially when it comes to planes and pilots. They had the strategy of, instead of taking out their best pilots and having them go and train the next generation, they just kept them in the field the entire time. And by this point in the war, most, if not all of them, have all died in combat, and all of these new pilots are both A, new guys, and B, they have subpar training because the Empire of Japan no longer has the resources to get them adequate flight time before sending them into battle. And the point I'm trying to get across is that despite the fact that the Japanese had a pretty significant numerical advantage, they still proceeded to get their asses whooped by the P-38 Lightnings. By the end of the skirmish, they had lost 1 P-38, and the Japanese had lost 60 planes. They then proceed, bomb the oil refinery, come back, mission was a huge success, and then Bong writes his after-action report, turns that into General Kenny. General Kenny, getting ready for bed at night, I presume, having a nice beverage, decides that he's going to read the after-action reports of his #1 guy, and Bong's after-action reports really haven't changed that much at all. He's still very straightforward, very concise, brief, not braggadocious whatsoever. Dick Bong recorded 2 kills during the battle. All right, so now General Kenny, I presume, a little bit on edge, maybe pouring himself another drink, and he's like, okay, I'll read the next line.
No. You got 2 kills? I don't think so. I think that he actually got way more than that, and he just gave them away. Or he's in the process of giving them away, or trying to, anyway.
Line in the text, and he's going to explain to me in detail why this was a very defensive kill and he had to do this. Next line of text. Both of them were shot within less than 1,000 feet of me. And you know, when you're in a plane traveling 380 miles an hour, 1,000 feet away might as well be touching one another. Yes. Doesn't sound very defensive to General Kenny. So next morning, General Kenny calls Bong into his office and is basically like, dude, we had a deal. You were just supposed to be observing, okay? You were only supposed to defend yourself. To which Bong is like,
dude, there was 100 of them. I mean, I could have shot down all of them.
They were both defensive kills. Well, I mean, at least one of them was. And General Kenny's like, okay, whatever. I'm listening. Let's hear this excuse. Okay, well, the first plane I actually did attack, but I only attacked because I was observing like I was supposed to be doing. I was just watching. And because I was the only one observing the battle, I was the only one that noticed the Japanese recon plane that was running away from the battle to go get backup. And I knew that I had to go shoot him down so he didn't bring a bunch of backup. So I went, I dived on him, and I shot him down. And General Kenny's like, okay.
That's not
okay, fine. Explain the other one. Well, after I dived on the recon plane, I got back up in formation, and there was a Japanese Zero that made a pass at one of my wingmen, and then he made a pass at the other wingman, and then he made a pass at me, and I wasn't putting up with that shit, so I got behind him, and I shot him down. At which point, General Kenny is like, how close? How close did you have to get to the enemy plane to shoot him down? I sent you that fancy gunnery school so you could learn how to shoot people from far away. How close did you get to the guy? Obviously, I'm paraphrasing throughout this conversation, but Bong more or less says, I'm pretty sure my guns were touching the canopy of his cockpit when I opened fire. To which General Kenny at this point is like, dude, come on. You know what? Actually, it's fine. It's fine. We destroyed that oil refinery. The war is coming to an end. There's really not many more missions to even send you out on, so I hope you enjoyed your last hurrah. That was probably the end of it. The war's basically over. Everything's fine. Congratulations. You got 30 confirmed aerial victories. Nice round number. You destroyed Eddie Rickenbacker's record. Just good job. Fast forward like a month, October 1944, things are about to heat up again because MacArthur is about to fulfill his promise and return to the Philippines, and he's going to want to make a grand entrance. So he goes ahead and he tells Kenny, hey, report to this airstrip. I want all of your top P-38 aces there. I'm going to meet every one of them and shake their hand, and then we're going to go retake the Philippines. So General McKinney and General MacArthur are at this staging airstrip. All of the top P-38 aces from the entire Pacific Theater are showing up, landing landing their planes, parking them, getting out, and they are going to shake hands with both the generals. So this is going on, and then General Kenny looks over and he sees Dick Bong getting out of a plane. And he's just like, Bong, Mayor. Bong comes walking up with a big shit-eating grin on his face, greets the generals, at which point General Kenny is like, what? What are you doing here? And Dick Bong is like, well, General, the standing order that I was told was that all P-38 Lightning aces are to report to this airstrip at this time.
What's up?
So here I am. I mean, he doesn't come out and say it, but he basically says, you know, you guys thought you were going to have a badass convention and I wasn't going to show up, really? So General Kenny is like, Bong, did you take that order to mean that we were actually going to let you fly combat? To which Bong replies, I don't know, can I? And as soon as he says that, the alarm sirens start going off because the radar array has picked up 5 enemy planes headed towards the airstrip. Bong pretty much yells dibs and runs out to his plane and gets airborne, and 4 other ace pilots are looking like, was that Dick Bong? We better follow him. So they go with him. They go up there, shoot down 4 of the 5, no problem, and the other one gets away.
How many men does it take to deliver a message? 1.
And one of those kills goes directly to Dick Bong. He's been there for a total of like 15 minutes. He's already scored an air-to-air victory in front of 2 of the generals and pretty much everybody else. The very next morning, Bong volunteers to go out on a non-combat recon mission by himself early in the morning, you know, kind of trying to make it up to the chain of command, like, hey, I can be here. I don't necessarily have to go out on the combat missions, but I love flying. I want to help you guys, like, even if it's just flying out and looking for another airstrip because this one's kind of cramped, I'm happy to do it. That was his intentions. He gets airborne first thing in the morning by himself, and as soon as he gets up in the sky, the fucking tower radios him and is like, hey, we've got 2 enemy planes coming towards the island. And Bong is like, Bear in mind, at this point in time, Bong can still only fight defensively. However, he's the only one up in the air that's going to be able to stop these 2 planes before they strafe the entire camp.
No, fuck no. I think you can go straight to offensive here. I don't think anyone's going to mind.
So, sounds defensive enough to him, and sometimes the best defense is a good offense.
Yes.
So he asks the tower, tell me where they're at. The tower tells him where they're at. He makes a beeline towards these planes to intercept them in his interceptor. As Major Bong is making his way to intercept these 2 Japanese planes, the sirens are going off down on the ground because the camp is about to get strafed with enemy gunfire, and people start scrambling, they're running around, they're trying to get planes up in the air, and then eventually everybody realizes, oh shit, Dick Bong is up there, and everybody just gets to stop and gets a front row seat to watch the ace of aces
1v2.
down 2 more enemies by himself, and then he comes back down, lands completely unscathed, and it's just the most main character shit that has ever happened in human history. During this time, Major Bong's writing back home to Marge, and he's like, look, I'm doing good. I got 36. I think if I can get 4 more, I'm going to hit 40. Nice, even round number. And I think they'll finally let me go home because they won't want me out here getting killed. That's his aspiration. He loves flying. He also just wants to go back home and be with his fiance. And then one day...
If he loves flying, man, at this point, any airline in the nation will take you. Really, with a hefty bonus to go with it, too. Hey, we're the airline that has the ace of aces that sells itself.
The air raid sirens go off, and when that happens, whatever pilots are available jump in whatever planes have fuel and ammo in them, and they take off and they handle the issue. And it just so happens on this particular day that some random military pilot by the name of Captain Davis goes and jumps in Major Bong's plane to go up and handle the issue. And as soon as he gets airborne, for whatever reason on this particular day, Major Bong's P-38's plane has an engine blow up, causing him to lose control of the plane and crash it back into the island, killing Captain Davis pretty much instantly.
Damn.
The initial reports were saying that Major Bong was killed in combat. However, everything would get figured out and settled within a couple of hours, and everybody would realize that America's ace of aces has somehow yet again, by seemingly a random act of fate, avoided death. After this, General Kenny realizes he has to get Bong out of here and back home. The kid has earned it, and the best way he's going to be able to get him out of here is to get him the Medal of Honor. So he goes to the chain of command, and he's like, hey, I want to get Dick Bong the Medal of Honor. To which they're like, okay, for what? And he's like,
what do you mean?
What do you mean? I'll tell you what.
Should Pecker
here's the
slap you
dates
for
that he's been in the
asking that
Pacific
question.
Theater. Point to a random date on the calendar. I'll tell you what he did on that day that probably deserves this Medal of Honor. So General Kenny ends up writing up his Medal of Honor citation for shooting down 8 enemy planes between October and November of 1944. Despite his paperwork being expedited and rushed, Major Bong still manages to shoot down 2 more enemies while that paperwork is getting finalized and before he's actually awarded the Medal of Honor. So he actually shot down 10 enemy aircrafts in that span of time. They couldn't go back and change the paperwork to give him credit for the other 2 on the citation without restarting the entire filing process, so they just left it because the ultimate goal was to actually get him out of theater. So December of 1944, they have his ceremony, he is awarded the Medal of Honor, and the very next day he goes out on a mission and shoots down 2 more enemy planes, bringing his total to 40. The day after that, Bong gets told to report to General Kenny's office. Bong does so. General Kenny sits him down, and Bong already knows what's coming.
It's over.
He is informed that his career as a fighter pilot is over and that he's going back home.
God damn.
By January of 1945, he's back in America. He's doing some PR stuff, doing some war bond drives, and by February, he marries Marge and they go on their honeymoon. After their honeymoon, Major Bong and his new wife are to report to California, where Bong's new assignment is going to be working for Lockheed as a test pilot for America's first fighter jet, the P-80 Shooting Star. This goes on for a couple of months, and on August 6, 1945, the same day that America drops the atomic bomb on Hiroshima, Major Bong goes up for his 12th test flight of the P-80 Shooting Star. Shortly after taking off, black smoke starts billowing out of the engine and he begins losing control of the aircraft, but he's over Hollywood at this point, and if he just bails out and ditches the plane, he doesn't know where it's going to land. It could land in somebody's house, it could land in a school, so he decides that he's going to stay in the airplane and guide it and find an open field to crash this plane into, but by the time he can guarantee that this plane crashing isn't going to hurt anyone, he no longer has time to bail out and have his chute inflate, and he plummets to his death. The very next day, newspapers all over the country read something along the lines of atomic bomb hits Japan, Major Bong killed in jet accident. Major Bong was 24 years old when he passed away. He worked his entire life to become a fighter pilot, and he ended up...
God, he was only 24? Holy...
being the greatest fighter pilot in American aviation history. He wasn't trying to necessarily be the best fighter pilot. He certainly didn't care about being the best fighter pilot. He just was. He flew 146 combat missions in World War II when the average pilot at that point in time only flew 30. He's credited with downing 40 enemy aircraft, and that's not including all of the probables, and it's certainly not including all of the ones that he basically shot down and let his men finish off so that it could improve their morale.
Assists.
So in conclusion, that is the absolutely incredible story.
God, dude, only 24 years. Jesus. That's... God damn. That's a... He did a lot in a very short amount of time. That's insane.
Of America's ace of aces, Richard Bong. Thanks for watching. Best way to support the channel is go check out some merch at thefatelectrician.com. Quack Bang, out.
I know I said that we were...
I wasn't about to cry. Onion cutting ninjas have infested my office again. I gotta go.
You gotta do something about the fucking ninjas, man. That's, I know I said I was gonna split this in half, but I just decided to go ahead and do the whole thing. I was like, fuck it. It's too intriguing. It's too interesting. I don't want to break this up. That just would have been that would have been good. Oh, that was a good one. That is going to be a bitch and a half. Well, it's not going to be hard to edit because there wasn't really any point in this video where I talked for an enormous amount of time, I don't think. So really, if I want to upload this, I'm going to have to... The editing won't be hard, the exporting. And the export is going to take like 2 fucking hours. So I'm gonna have to save the export to my computer first before I actually start the export in case the export fails. Export tends to fail when the file I'm trying to export is too big. But I'll get it. And that's the worst part. I've had like 45 to 50-minute videos get to like the 98% complete on the export, and then it fails, and I have to start it all over. And it took me like an hour and a half just to get to that point. Like, that's why I've been doing a lot of exporting while I sleep. Like right before I go to bed, I'll set a video to export, and then go to bed. By the time I wake up, it should be done. That way I'm just not fucking waiting. We're gonna do some more videos if y'all are down, but I'm gonna go smoke real fast. Y'all can give me some time. Let's yeah, give me a moment. Oh, I had to take these fucking sweatpants off, man. Or not, these jeans. What I'm gonna do. Y'all aren't sitting in complete silence. Kind of sucks, man. On Twitch, there's games in chat y'all can play. There's none of that shit here on YouTube. Sorry. That was loud as shit. My bad. Okay. Hopefully it stays. Okay. Okay. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. Speaking of. Okay. Now I'll be right back. Ugh. Alright. What do y'all want to watch next? I guess I can check the, You did say you made a list, right, Astro? If you're still in here. Oh, yeah. Alright, do y'all want to keep going off the list? I wonder if Reverend's here. Reverend, are you still here by chance? I know Desiree's not here, so I don't have to worry about doing that one. I was kind of hoping. Watch Mojo, huh? All right. All right. Which one? Okay. Watch Mojo, top 10 brutal anime deaths. I'm not gonna know any of this. I'm not an anime, so, and I don't watch it. Hooray for being lost for the next 11 minutes. All right.
Hey guys, it's Ash here with Watch Mojo, and today we're counting down our picks for the top 10 brutal death scenes in anime.
Every last drop of your blood is ours. No!
For this list, we're looking over the demises of anime characters that were particularly ghastly. Be on the lookout for some spoilers, and of course, blood splatter. Number 10, Someone Call a Doctor, Akudama Drive. Not too surprising that a gaggle of death row criminals would turn on each other during the final hour, but maybe the doctor should have waited to unveil her grand betrayal after she successfully got on the train. While holding Swindler and the others hostage, a last-second bout of heroism from the cowardly hooligan leads to her getting her throat sliced. While such a wound would usually be easy for her to fix, she's somewhat impeded by the incoming stampede of terrified citizens who proceed to trample all over her. Number 9, Grand Theft Dio, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Stardust Crusaders. Hard to believe that for all his vampiric abilities and a stand that can freeze time, the most carnage that Dio has caused is with a car. Pursuing the Joestars in the flashiest way possible, Dio commandeers a car and forces its frazzled passenger to drive him around, with zero care for the rules of the road or the sanctity of human life. These are both reinforced when he commands that they drive on the pavement to catch up to his targets, even though it means tearing through a flood of civilians. Typical Dio. Number 8, Asuka's End. End of Evangelion. Ah yes, the bad ending route. When Niv comes under assault by mass-produced Eva units, it falls to Asuka and her mech to hold the front line. And the result is not pretty. The sight of her bloodied cockpit just before she's literally torn apart is haunting.
Damn.
If not for the events that happen next, this would be all that remained of the legendary tsundere, and Anno would never have known any peace from fans. Number 7, Devoured. Attack on Titan. Long before we had to worry about Marley, the rumbling, and the end of all things, there was the Beast Titan. While its initial display of intelligence was truly off-putting, it was in its control of other rabid titans that truly instilled fear, especially to Mike, who had the misfortune to encounter the beast while on patrol.
同じ言語のはずなんだが、怯えてそれどころじゃないのか。
After toying around with him, the hairy giant decides to have a random group of titans finish him. Needless to say, the sight of Mike getting swamped and feasted on is not a pretty one.
もう動いていいよ。
Number 6, Face Off. Hellsing Ultimates. As gruesome a death as this is, we can't deny that Zorin totally had it coming. Not just because she's a Nazi vampire who slaughtered hundreds of innocents for the thrill of it, but
I have seen Hellsing Ultimate, but I've only seen it on YouTube, and it's like Alucard, and I think it's like voiceovers or something. I don't know, I can't remember. I've never actually seen I haven't seen any of this stuff.
She also messed with Best Girl Ceres.
Good morning, Ceres-chan.
With her cursed arm, Zorin was able to plunge into Ceres' memory and make her relive the day her parents were killed and their corpses violated, only to pour salt in the wound by cutting out her eyes and then killing off her love interest, Pip. Consumed by rage, she finally accepts her vampire half, and in retaliation drags Zorin's face against a wall at such a speed that it's completely sanded off into bloody chunks. Damn, that's hardcore.
Damn.
Number 5.
Straight up did that bitch straight up damn Sandman style from Spider-Man 3. Just like pushes his face into the train.
Splitting Headache. Black Bullets. Squabbles between siblings are always ugly, but rarely do they conclude with someone getting cut in half.
Or how A-Train did Blue Hawk, or whatever the fuck that dude's name was, that he dragged on the street.
Upon discovery that her elder brother was responsible for her parents' death, Kisara decides to get revenge the only way she knows how, with a sword.
それを親父殿は突然表沙汰にしようとして、それでお前たちも一緒にと。
そうですか。
While taking off her brother's leg seemed to have quenched her bloodlust at first, she then reveals that she actually struck him twice, the second blow having a longer delay and leaving behind a much bigger mess.
Damn. She cut his ass that fast?
Number 4, Death of the Thieves. Overlord.
That's probably the best one so far.
There are few things worse than being a bunch of NPCs left to the wills of a main character who is fully committed to the chaotic neutral alignments. Tricked into plundering an area filled with traps, each of the thieves and mercenaries are subsequently picked off by Ainz Ul Gon's minions. Some are eaten alive by bugs.
2人しかいないのが残念ですが、眷属の腹に収まってください。
Others are tortured by a psycho sadist with one hell of a pedicure.
私を作り出された方が尿道結石というやつで苦しんだって話でね。それに敬意を表して、まずはこれから行うのね。
Bro, there's so much trippy shit inside of these animes.
While the Bone Daddy himself picks off the most likable group with no mercy. Just in case you needed reminding, Ainz ain't the hero here.
That thing does look badass though. I mean, in all reality, it's just a fucking Terminator mixed with Ghost Rider with Infinity Stones on his hands, but still looks badass.
Number 3, Goodbye Miki, Devilman Crybaby. You know, maybe humanity should be left to the demons. With paranoia and rampant killing at an all-time high, Miki finds herself targeted by an angry mob, who mercilessly tear her to pieces. Arriving too late, all Akira can do is watch in horror as the girl he loves is paraded around, dismembered.
Damn. You don't kill any of these people? It's crazy.
It's a harrowing visual that hammers home the point that the last spark of hope and innocence from the world is gone. At least he got back at her killers by bathing them in hellfire.
Okay, good. Bro, I was about to say, that's some lame ass shit if you don't do something about these people.
Number 2, Death by Bunnies. ReZero starting life in another world. Out of all the ways that Subaru has bitten the dust, out of all the numerous deaths that have befallen him, none are harder to watch than when he got devoured by a flood of flesh-eating bunnies.
Just like Kenny from South Park, he just dies a lot. Just always comes back. And he's always dying in interesting ways. Fucking bunny. Goddamn Bunnicula. Fucking had to read that book in school.
Usagi?
It might sound funny on paper, but hearing Subaru's screams as the fluff balls bury themselves in his body and eat it from the inside out might just be one of the most uncomfortable scenes that ReZero has crafted, which is something of a grim accomplishment. Yeah, rabbits in this world suck.
Okay, y'all are some assholes, bro. Really? That many? There's not enough of him to go around. Y'all are just some douchebags knowing y'all aren't gonna get to eat, but y'all still showed up anyways to give this man PTSD one more time before he dies. Fucking assholes.
Before we continue, be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos. You have the option to be notified for occasional videos or all of them. If you're on your phone, make sure to go into your settings and switch back. The eclipse was truly a turning point in this masterful dark fantasy. Previously, Guts had overcome soldiers and monsters with steel and sheer willpower alone, but even he was helpless to watch as his closest comrade willingly sacrificed his fellow soldiers to the God Hand and their murderous brood, all for the sake of power.
Every last drop of your blood is ours.
No! As such, the Band of the Hawk are slaughtered, Guts loses an eye, an arm, and is forever branded, all the while he's forced to watch Griffith do unspeakable things to his beloved Casca. It's an act of pure evil, one that forever defined this series, and set Guts on the path of vengeance. Did you enjoy this?
I still think the best one was when Homegirl sliced him so fast that there was a delay. He was like long gone by the time he finally fucking... Either she is just insane with the blade or the blade is insane. Probably a combination of both. I don't know. Oh, Astro, welcome back. Yeah, you want to? So, was this episode 5?
It is with great
Okay. God damn. Alright, this is a long one. Alright.
It is with great triumph we welcome our heroes back from the front lines, victorious over the bugs, led by their brave democratic officer, Spartan Maddie.
Thanks, Admiral. Anything for Super Earth.
Oh, wow! Can I get a sweet liberty? Love freedom!
This is embarrassing, Diver. I don't want to wear this, man.
Let's not make today about you, Jumper. It's about freedom, managed democracy, and me.
Good job, Helldivers.
Holy shit.
I have no idea who you are.
You know what they really should do? Because ODST, Bungie. Halo, or Master Chief, Bungie. The big titty Halo officer is still Bungie. I don't know who made Helldivers, but I mean, there's a theme here of Bungie characters. Where the fuck are the Guardians? Huh? From Destiny. Like, that would be a fantastic addition. You have these guys, it would make sense. Like, we got the pilot from Titanfall, wherever the fuck he is. Probably still knocked out somewhere in the desert. Alright, we'll see.
I don't know him.
But I couldn't have defeated the bugs without my best friend at my side.
I'm such a big fan, Chief. Can I hug you?
Can someone get this Spartan a chest plate?
Chief! No. And Diver, for your outstanding service of bravery, honor, and nobility. You are now Galactic General, second in command of the Super Earth Fleet.
Thanks, Admiral. And I'm guessing you're the valet guy. Here, park my space car, will you? Park it in the Galactic Commander spot.
Bro, you're about to get your ass whooped.
And what about me? Oh, Steve, of course.
The bug fucker.
I got you something, here. What's this? That's, bug child support. Oh, that bitch!
I accept this great honor. And tonight we're here to celebrate a glorious victory. And we can't forget all those who we lost. But they're dead, and pounding about it isn't gonna change anything. Isaac! This is a day of true heroism and celebration. So do me a favor, brothers and sisters. Let those hips loose. Oh, yeah. Clap back on that Lady Liberty. This is about me tonight. This is about freedom. Throw it back for Super Earth.
Oh, yeah! This guy fucks!
I'm gonna need your strongest drink.
Yeah, sure thing, hero. What about you, miss?
Wow, you are cute, mister.
The name's Isaac. What's yours?
I want to do it, man. She broke my back.
No kidding, huh? Hey, you know what? I actually am attracted to women who like to ruin my life, so...
I can't sit on the toilet anymore. Wow. You are beautiful. I usually don't do this, but I'd love to buy you a drink.
You. No.
How about that drink, beautiful?
Oh my god, yeah. I should have known.
Don't you think it's a little gross for a grown man to cry? It's about time you understand the true
Come on,
cost of
bro.
patriarchy.
That's not fair.
Don't do the pilot this way.
Cool and,
I will say, you Helldivers, y'all are strange.
You're that kind of woman, aren't you, Hot Dude?
Oh, of course. But not to white straight males. Ugh. Although, I'm having doubts that you're straight.
Oh, shut up. I miss VT. He never would have done this to me. Oh, I need another juice box.
There you go.
Manage democracy, baby.
Probably gonna get your ass whooped, but yeah.
Freedom?
You want it? Come get it.
Oh.
Worth it.
Oh, look! The valet guy's even getting into it.
Oh my god. Nah, man. I kind of wish Master Chief would have just been standing in the corner all super serious, because that's what I expect of Master Chief all the time. I don't want to see Master Chief breaking it down. You know what I'm saying? Oh, she hit his ass with the fucking pop claw from The Boys. That shit was rad. Oh my god. Whenever I first saw that scene, I was just like, my god. Holy. Maybe I should stop telling women to sit on my face. It could end up deadly. Shit.
That strong, handsome, and sexy Helldiver. You humiliated me. So we're taking away the only thing he loves. You can count on me, sir.
Yeah, you're not gonna hit a damn thing.
Brother, as the Emperor will.
He might. You won't. You're a stormtrooper. You're useless. But this guy, Space Marine, I don't know what y'all are doing, but y'all have a lot more hope and chance with this guy. Not too sure about the Helldiver period, but...
Empress? I might be wrong here, but isn't it usually
Gears of War. What are they called again? They're just called Gears, right?
Games Workshop Chaos Code and sue our butts into oblivion.
I get it. I'm sorry. You're right.
Four-armed soldiers killing a small defenseless animal.
Who gave the bald eagle downs?
Reminds me of that time I slaughtered Jedi younglings during Order 66. What the hell is wrong with you, man?
Diver can't use any other urinal.
Right.
When there's a spot open next to your best friend?
Cogs, yeah.
Not a chance.
You know, I appreciate the Cape Diver, but I'm not a Helldiver, man. I just miss Halo, you know?
I know Halo's kinda dead. Had a chance to be as cool as Helldivers too. And for some reason, 343 decided to scrap that idea.
God, are you okay?
Oh, damn kidney stone. But I want you to know, we couldn't have done it without you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Not bad, Jumper.
Diver, Bounder.
Not bad at all.
Oh my god. Okay, fine, let's see.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. It's not very big.
What? What the?
Ah! Someone help me!
You've been through a lot worse than this.
No, you said.
Why don't you tell me more about your mother again?
Holy strength!
Sir, let me use my.
That female officer, she's a fucking dominatrix. Or at least she moonlights as one, I feel. Hey, you said you wanted a girl to ruin your life. There you go. Ruin all of it. Oh my god.
Now finally, guys, with the pretty little poster. Ah, you piece of shit! Good fall, pilot.
He killed their mascot.
I had to do that to a Jedi youngling during Order 66. I was squeezing the air out of a child, watching him gasp for air,
Jesus.
fight for his little life. It was very sad. I did 11 more times, of course.
Dude.
Move aside, back. You missed a spot. Go!
Hey guys, oh my god, why are you covered in blood?
Wow, it's just like Order 66.
Oh my
when I had to-
god.
You got it!
Listen, Jumper, I wanted to
Shut
apologize
up.
for punching you in the cock. Ask me for my pronouns.
Okay, why don't we start with you getting the away from me?
Well, you know, it's my first time trying something like this. You know, I just want to set things straight.
And what do you know about setting things straight?
I'm sorry.
The Halo guy knows.
Do you forgive me?
Yeah, sure.
Wait, really?
No, I don't. And honestly, if you guys could all get away from me, why are you all covered in blood?
Who did this? She's not breathing. Take my freedom, Lady Athena.
Diver. Oh man. That smells delicious. Who's cooking chicken? Oh.
Don't go into the dark night without me, Athena.
Diver.
Take me
Oh,
with you.
man.
No! You did this!
Oh,
What?
shit.
I took you in! I made you my brother! And this is how you repay me?
Why would I?
Who kills another man's eagle during her nap time?
Listen to me for 5 seconds.
Halo is dead, and it deserves to be dead!
No, it's a coma. Big difference.
Wow, that went a lot faster than I. Oh, the fucking pilot from Titanfall. Bolo Jackass. He's just a menace, man. He's the troublemaker out of that entire group. Oh, the fucking bird. Yeah. I think it's pretty illegal in real life to do that as well. Maybe. Maybe. Death by... Maybe. Who knows? I doubt it, though. She doesn't seem like the one to give any kind of pleasurable action that doesn't involve in your spine getting realigned. So, there's that. Let's see. Okay, yeah, we already did that. Idiots at work. Oh, it's up to y'all. Which one? Corrupt cops, power slapping. Sunny V2, Gamer Rage, or Donut Operator. Pick one. If you haven't put anything on the list. I'm kind of down for... I'm down for Gamer Rage. If y'all are. When what? Donut? Alright. Bet. Astra, I appreciate it, dog. We'll see you tomorrow. Well, actually, no. We'll see you tomorrow. See you on Monday. I'll DM you. We'll do Donut and Gamer Rage if y'all want to do both. Gamer Rage is relatively short. We'll end with that. Let's do some Donut. Son stabs mother in broad daylight. Jesus.
Drop the knife!
Broad daylight, dog. But I hope it was worth it. I mean, if you really wanted your mom out of your life, you could have just, like, committed a crime and gone to jail for life. You don't have to see her in jail. But let me guess. She had a whole bunch of shit you wanted. On some Menendez brothers type shit. Kill the old lady. Thinking you're gonna like get like her pension or her insurance or whatever the fuck. I don't know. Or maybe none of that crossed your mind and you're just a moron. I don't know. I can't imagine killing my mom for any reason. Well, I mean, my brain would have to go to a really dark place to find a reason. But come on, dog. You know you can just like leave. Never talk to her again. That's what a lot of people do that don't like their parents. They just never talk to them again. They don't throw away their freedom. Very odd.
Drop the knife! Now!
Hey, drop the knife now, you can be shot! Hi everyone, Donut here. Today we got a bunch of videos showing every human failure imaginably possible. We've got a Florida man caught getting high on his own supply, teenagers trying to shoot down a police helicopter, and a dude with felony-level mom issues. Stick around for some fatherless behavior, but before that, a word from our sponsor. Oh my god, my beard fell off. Thanks to our sponsor, Manscaped. I can shave so many of my balls. What made this look like I'm not begging for change on the street? That would be the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra. Step into the golden era with the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra Gold. It's got unparalleled precision with next-gen dual skin-safe shipping. That's manscaped.com. Use the code DONUT. Oh, Florida. We're gonna go down there and visit a guy that looks like he probably chugged ayahuasca out of a garden hose. Daytona Beach, Florida, July 20th, 2024. At around midnight, officers were called to a disabled vehicle where people who were calling 911 were saying that a man was trying to kick out his own windshield from the inside of the car.
Hey, what's going on, buddy?
One Alpha 44 Central.
484.
Can you start me rescue, please? He's definitely on something.
On something? No, officer. I think
he's on all the things, man. You see that guy? He's so high, he pulled over and got in the passenger seat. Like that was gonna save him somehow. Maybe that was like the last bit of sober brain cells he had left, telling him, hey, get in the passenger seat, put the keys in the back seat, sleep it off, you'll be fine. Nah, not when you're that out of your mind. That's an instant DUI. It doesn't matter if you threw the keys into the woods. Sweet Jesus.
I think he's on f***ing everything.
There are drugs in my orifices.
Even though this guy is currently one with the universe, he still finds some way to be an asshole.
Hey, what's going on, man? You take anything?
Your mom, dude.
Got him! But the officer still has no idea what's going on and still has no idea what he's going to find.
What's going on, man? Here.
Yo, I think that man is foaming at the mouth. You need to get him out of the car, onto the ground, and put him on his side so he doesn't choke either on his own tongue or on whatever is... Yeah, that is not good, dog. Man, you know you're high, bro, when the sight of cops does nothing to your buzz. The sight of cops is one of the biggest buzz killers on the face of the planet. That shit will sober you up. Oh my god, in a heartbeat, dude. In a heartbeat. Like an instant shot of espresso. The sight of cops. Especially if you're on something, right? And this just doesn't even register. He doesn't even know that this person is a police officer. Jesus.
Relax, man. Relax. Sit in the car real quick, okay? Whoa. Sit in the car real quick. Don't close the window. Hey, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Hey, how does the law work in this situation? I know that they say anything you do can and will be used against you in the court of law, but bro, when you're this far gone off of a substance, I mean, you know, even a person drunk off of alcohol still has a little bit of wherewithal to shut the fuck up, right? And, you know, just like be cooperative. And it's not that he's not being cooperative, it's just that the drugs won't let him really do anything. So what do you do in that situation? Right? Do you slap him with resisting arrest? Or just like, I mean, homie's going to jail. But you slap him with a resisting arrest charge? I mean, this is just like out of your mind. I don't.
Relax.
41.
Relax. Can you step back for me?
Like, his safety is paramount at this moment. Out of the whole criminal aspect is out the window at this point. I mean, he's already going to get charged for the DUI and stuff like that, but never mind. Take back everything I fucking said. Jesus Christ.
Relax. Relax. 44 Central, give me the channel. Stop.
What happens when you try to give the benefit of the doubt?
Central, where's my second? Come here.
Once the officer finally pulls him out, or, you know, gravity does most of the work, you see him kind of struggling to restrain the dude. He even radios in at one point to ask where his
No, he tried to run. You see that? But yeah, he tried to restrain.
second car is, where his backup is. That's because he knows even suspects like this, even though they're out of it, they can still become very violent and dangerous like that.
Stop. Stop. Stop.
He's not getting out of this.
Give me your other hand.
If anything, he makes
Give me your hand.
He makes it slightly difficult for them
Put
to
your
arrest
other
him,
hand
but
behind your back.
It's
Put your
over
other
right
hand
now.
behind your back now. Relax, relax, relax. Put your other hand behind your back.
The power of Christ compels you!
Put your other hand behind your back now.
The power of Christ compels you!
The suspect keeps resisting and what looks like communicating with the devil until backup arrives, which is when the officers go in to question him, and what he says is actually perfect.
44, I'm holding the channel so you get another unit on.
Yeah, keep me the channel. He's still fighting. Relax, relax.
Copy units code 3 for 107.
What you need? Hey, what did you take, man?
41 Central.
Yeah, that checks out.
Because he's still alive.
Because what these officers are about to discover, it looks like the guy had broken into the Diddy evidence room.
It's gonna be a special night.
I need you to calm down, buddy, okay? I cannot have you running out into traffic or kicking me, man.
And that ain't even close to it. Investigators found a whole pharmacy in that car, MDMA, amphetamines, ketamine, you name it. And if that wasn't enough, they also found 11 firearms, including a stolen one. It goes to say that this guy is facing so many charges, I'm just not even gonna bother. What he really needs to be worried about, though, is the fucking cartel members waiting for his delivery.
You're not cut out for this.
Speaking of the cartel, they're not just bringing drugs over the border. Let's take a look at this.
Dude, holy shit. That's so many drugs. The amount of drugs is crazier to me than the amount of guns. Because there's law-abiding citizens that have that many guns. That's not impressive. I've seen more guns in someone's home than that. The drugs, though. Holy shit. And if you are smuggling that shit for the cartel, they're not gonna care that police arrested you. Well, you think the cartel's gonna be like, oh, that's a tough break, man. It sucks you got pulled over. You know, do better on the next run. No, they're not that accommodating when it comes to that. I'm just saying, if maybe Donut was just making a joke there, but a little white kid like that carrying that many drugs and guns, I mean, for who? Who you selling to? That much? I doubt that shit's going to the hood, man. I doubt it. Now, if you had that much weed, maybe, then we can talk. But, man, that...
This traffic stop out of Texas.
So here's my question, man. Can I search that trailer?
Yeah.
And the limo inside of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. We segued here, and I didn't get the first bit of it.
For his delivery.
You're not cut out for this.
Speaking of the cartel, they're not just bringing drugs over the border. Let's take a look at this traffic stop out of Texas.
So here's my question, man. Can I search that trailer?
Yeah.
And the limo inside of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Limo.
You see the doors right there, Jack?
Clear.
So it appears
I wonder what's inside the limousine, guys.
to just be an old limo in that trailer, but those can still be very dangerous. But the officers know something is up, so they keep searching.
People or drugs? I'm betting drugs. And whatever's in here, do you think that the driver of this truck knew what he was hauling? It doesn't sound like it. He's like, can I check that truck? Yeah. Can I check whatever's in it? Of course. I don't care, man. I'm just hauling the shit. Which leads me to believe that this is how they get away with it so well, man. Plausible deniability. Only certain people know of the transfers, of the deliveries, of what's being delivered. The truckers don't know shit. Because that's just one more person that can fucking fold on you, right? So, it would make sense. Maybe he doesn't know anything. Or maybe he is just dumb and he's trying to play dumb, and I don't know. You seem pretty willing, like, yeah, go ahead, check it. I just picked up the trailer, dog. I don't know.
You got a flashlight on it?
Yeah. There's people in there, bro.
Is it really?
Yeah.
There is people.
I'm gonna get them out, bro.
Yeah.
It's too hot.
Tear that coil.
Yeah. Oh,
Wait till you see how many people were behind that false wall. And while watching this, don't forget, they had zero ventilation in 115-degree Texas heat.
Yeah, no, never mind. I think the driver's stupid. I think the driver 100% knew. Drugs? I don't know. People? You had to have known.
Should we Yeah.
say it's more than 10.
Right.
No, this one's 10.
That's 16 people shoved into...
Man, you know what's impressive? The fact that they had 16 pairs of handcuffs. Shit.
what looks like the world record for the saddest clown car. The driver from Houston gets slapped with 16 felony counts for human smuggling, and all the migrants were handed over to Border Patrol. But Border Patrol probably immediately released them into the wild here in the United States, as that's how it do be. You know what this reminds me of? The video I made a couple of years ago, where the human smugglers just forgot about the people in the back of their truck, and they didn't discover that people were back there until the people had turned into people soup, and it was falling out of the truck, and you could smell it from hundreds of feet away. And the truck was still driving around just dropping people soup everywhere. Anyways, on to our next video. Here we go to a real-life GTA server. No, not La Crosse, Wisconsin this time. We're gonna go to Nashville, Tennessee. We're following a couple teenagers around who racked up 5 stars pretty damn quick. This was a pretty easy feat for them, seeing as how they shot in an undercover officer and then fled in a stolen car.
Coming up to Patricia. Patricia, ooh! He just got hit. Patricia driving, Harold. Come up quick.
After they almost kill a passing motorist, they ditch their stolen car and try to kill even more people. What a great group of kids.
Somebody got the back door open. Alright, we got the driver.
Can y'all really not take off? Did that collision, which didn't even seem all that bad, did that really kill your engine?
Driver coming out. Oh, he's shooting up at us.
Trying to take down a helicopter with small arms fire is pretty fatherless behavior and very, very fucking stupid. Not only because he can't really do any damage from that distance and definitely isn't going to hit it, but he just tacked on a couple more felonies, probably some more attempted murder charges, definitely some fucking felonies.
And let's just say on the off chance on some crazy shit that he just hits a magical shot and that chopper goes down. This is a residential area. Where do you think that chopper is going to go down? Someone's house, dog. Or someone's business. Maybe a carnival. Maybe there was a park nearby. Who fucking knows? And that just racks up. And it just racked. God damn, dude. I don't...
For shooting at a helicopter in the first place. And I'm not saying small arms fire can't hurt a helicopter. I mean, we've all seen the movie Shooter with Mark Wahlberg. Hell, in my previous video, a hobo with a shotgun actually managed to get some pellets on a police helicopter. It goes without saying that these officers are super pissed, and they took that personally.
He's at the car door now. The guy with the gun just shot up toward the helicopter. Gray shirt, black pants, red shoes. We're gonna keep our eye on him. All right, he's running on the opposite passenger side of the car. Stand by.
Keep your eye on him, because if you can make him break, you catch the other ones. All you gotta do is just threaten him with, like, I don't know, 75 fucking years. He'll cave. He looks like a young kid. You threaten to take away the rest of his life, he's gonna tell on his homies. So, yeah, definitely focus on him.
We need officers, guys. He's shooting at us. Get officers up here. He's still running along Harold Drive, went just behind a house. We're trying to get eyes on him.
In the military, as Fat Electrician says, you don't f with the boats. In the police force, you really don't f with the helicopters. That's all the footage I have for that situation. The teens fled into the forest and were taken into custody not long after. Thankfully, no one was hurt. Hold on, let me back that up. They should have been hurt. Thankfully, no officers were hurt or civilians. Divine intervention right there. These little f***ers were out of control. The 16-year-old who was firing the gun at the helicopter, get this, there were 2 people in the helicopter, of course, pilot, co-pilot. He got 2 counts of attempted murder for them and then 1 count of attempted murder on the undercover police officer. The 15-year-old, yep, 15-year-old, it was a 16 and a 15-year-old. 15-year-old front passenger was charged with attempted murder for allegedly shooting at the same undercover officer, which is wild because the 15-year-old even knew he probably couldn't take down a helicopter.
I wonder if his dad's gonna be mad and ground him. I wonder.
Makes us all look bad.
But wait, there's more. We have another video to look at. That's right, I love you guys. Oh my god, guess who's in town today? Angry Cops, Fat Electrician, and Veteran with a Sign. We're gonna have a lot of unsubscribed podcasts coming up on pepperbox.tv. Available in your browser, iOS, Android, and smart TVs.
Why can you swallow that and not the A?
Right, dude? Irvine, California, August 8th, 2024, around 3 p.m. 911 receives a disturbing call about a man who is attacking his own mother. There we go, doing fatherless behavior again.
And what is the neighbor doing?
He's like a 35-year-old man, and he's in the street chasing his mom with a knife.
Okay.
And they're just yelling at each other. And he also threatened one of the other neighbors.
We can even hear from the call that a Good Samaritan tries to stop this fucking psycho.
Anybody else out front?
And one of the neighbors tried to interfere, but he chased her with a knife.
Okay.
Luckily, the brave bystander was not hurt, but now officers know that they need to get to this scene as soon as possible. Once officers arrive, they make contact with this nice man. Yeah, definitely doesn't have crazy eyes. A dude who looks like he would try to bum $5 from you, then sell you a disposable vape at a gas station. The officers don't even have a second to try and de-escalate or communicate with them before this happens.
That's on site. It's on site.
Stop! Put the knife down! Put the knife down! 15, he's actively stabbing her.
Dog. Pull. Oh, no, man, this is on site, dog. I don't know. In my opinion, just in my opinion, as soon as your brain registered that he's actively stabbing her, that's when you needed to open fire. And then you can radio in, shots fired, shots fired. You wasted valuable seconds here, man. And I don't know if she's lived or died, man, but this is always a matter of seconds and a game of inches. And you just wasted precious seconds and precious inches just trying to give an order. Like.
Get away! Get away!
At this point, officers have to act very fast if there's any chance to save Mom.
Back up! Get away from her now! Drop the knife! Drop the knife now! Hey, drop the knife now, you can be shot! Drop the knife now!
Hey, drop the knife now, you can be...
Maybe he didn't have a shot as soon as he walked up on her. I kind of noticed that. Hold on. Like right here.
Back up! Get away from her now!
I mean, yeah. You don't have a decent shot. People would judge you for taking a shot right here. But he's actively stabbing, man. Like, what as a police officer, how much more do you need? There's plenty of places where judging by her body, because you see this blur? This is her face. This is her head. This is her right leg, which means that her left leg is over here, right? She's on her side. She's on her right side, almost face down. And he's actively stabbing her. And he's got like his butt in the air trying to take cover behind his mom, but it's not good cover. I just feel like a lot of time was wasted. But job well done, I guess. Hopefully that lady survived.
Now! Drop the knife!
I just feel like from the time you arrived, he got like 6 more stabs in by the time you actually shot him. But
drop the knife now! Hey, drop the knife now, you can be shot! Drop the knife now!
Hey, drop the knife now, you can be shot!
Instead of backing off, he lunges at the officers with the knife he was using to stab his mother. Officers had no choice but to open fire on him. This is one of those where I'm not even going to ask you guys if officers did the right thing. The suspect was shot at least 6 times and died later. Sadly, the mother died too. There's no clear motive for why it went down. Irvine PD is still investigating. Like I said, check out pepperbox.tv, go to donaldoperator.com to get some super sweet merch, or follow me on any other social media platform.
I don't know, man. All I'm saying is that, like, he's actively in the process of stabbing someone and you're telling him to get off. He's past the... Someone who's actively stabbing someone is past the point of taking orders. You know what I mean? If you're not stabbing someone and you're just holding a knife, sure. Go ahead. Hey, man, drop the knife. You don't want to do this, okay? Drop the knife or you're going to get shot. I understand that interaction. But Mans is in the process. I think we can skip the dialogue. Or am I wrong? I don't know, man. From the time the cop arrived to the time that bullets were fired, he stabbed her an extra 5 to 6 times. And who knows? That could have been the difference maker. Am I crazy? I don't know. I don't understand, but job well done. All right, what was next? Gamer Rage. Let's see. You know, I'm not trying to like berate the officers or anything. I'm just saying. It's like something that I noticed. You know, like I just feel like the conversation could have been skipped. You know, I just feel like certain situations require different tactics. For instance, naturally, a cop pulls you over, turns his lights on, you pull over immediately. Naturally, he's going to approach your car in a very calm, very respectful, and calm demeanor and fashion. Now, that very same cop turns his lights on, and you don't stop, and he has to chase you for like 5 fucking miles. You're not going to get the same cop that the other person got. You're not going to get the calm and the cool and the collected and the nice and the respectful demeanor. No. He's going to open his door, draw the gun right there, get on the intercom and tell you to get the fuck out of the car with your hands interlaced behind your head. Like, I don't know. Yeah.
Got heavy.
There's just a time and a place to have the conversation of put the gun down. You don't want to do this. Put the knife down. You know, it's put the, you know, giving threats. Do this or you're gonna get shot. I feel like there's some situations that don't warrant that conversation, and I feel like that was a situation that did not warrant that conversation. But I may be wrong or ignorant. Maybe they have to have this conversation regardless. I mean, I don't know. All right, we're gonna do it. Destiny, huh? Yeah, I did a good bit of raging on Destiny, but to be honest, I think I raged more in PvE than I did in PvP. Some parts of PvP were just bullshit, bro. Shit was like overpowered.
He has heavy also. It's a machine gun.
Go with whatever.
There goes the headset. There goes the keyboard. There goes. Oh. Bye, guys. Stream's over.
Halt eigentlich besser bin als meine KD aussah.
Je pense, hein. La prochaine fois, tu vas taper ta boxe sur dedans.
I can't.
80.
Mais c'est trop! Je vais péter un câble! Nique ta grand-mère! Ils sont trois, allez sur moi, ces fils de... Oh my god! Fuck!
Julie. This guy's great. No, he didn't steal your kill. That was a fucking sweaty wraith just dicking on you, but
And he doesn't reload!
Damn.
Fuck! Man!
And to make it worse, you got killed by the Mozambique, which is like easily the worst guy in the goddamn game, and has been since the existence of Apex.
Yeah, my FPS is because my controller don't want to work, and now it stopped working entirely.
Dann auch nicht mal. Luca, warum nicht mal
Was ist das?
Ich krieg ihn.
Hör doch auf!
Tschüss. Tschüss, Luca. Oh Gott, die Runde wird richtig schlimm. Wird das der erste 4K heute?
What game is this? A game he's about to uninstall. That's what it is.
He's gonna drop into my fucking bubble.
No, Ray! Get the house one! I freaking overcompensated for it, damn it. Trying to get up there to freaking flank this guy before I even freaking fully planks. I want to get him while he's freaking plating, but I couldn't get up there because I ran over freaking damn.
Yeah, but you didn't put
good
plates
Lord.
on.
Lord have mercy. I'm getting shot below, getting shot below, getting shot below, getting shot below.
Where the fuck is that right on alt aiming? Why the fuck is it there?
Das ist immer dieser eine Angriff dann, wo ich dann nicht ausweichen kann, obwohl ich halt ausweiche.
I think we've seen that German dude twice now. He's hilarious. Oh God, you suck. Don't even be mad, bro. I saw that aim. That was pretty bad.
What? What did this do?
Yeah. Too bad it made your kid cry. Who are you, Bangalore? Yeah. That's much faster.
Gar keinen Bock auf Verlängerung. Ich hab gar keinen Bock auf Verlängerung. Verlier's lieber, Alter.
Yo, he wound up for it and everything. He stood up very calmly, and you.
How's
just
this guy
got
helping everywhere I am? Can
fucking... Damn.
stupid. Where's he from? Where did he come from? I hear like some fucking rift open from another dimension next to me, and there's a fucking guy there.
Perché mi ci vogliono due salti per superare sti cazzo di
Ulan chill mal. Es ist zugesmoked, was soll das?
Malcolm, es ist keiner!
Come on, please, 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 please.
Oh, gambling, huh?
Ah!
Feels bad.
Revealing area.
Be a lot better if you get ADS, wouldn't it? Oh, instead of that shitty ass fucking hipfire. Yo, he was about to kick the chair. He was like, "No, I might break it. I'm gonna punch it."
Yani bu adamlara karşı yavaş oyun.
And taken away. Gives it a go.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. No.
Closing down, and now they're on the attack. And a goal.
What the fuck is this? Is this WoW? What is this? This is a lot.
That's just...
Oh, that UI is crazy.
frustration.
Game.
There's no way. The fucking I hate this character. Holy shit.
Provoku. A schodech.
Default, pičo.
Pojď to B.
B minus. Kolik jich bylo?
God!
No, the coffee! Shit!
What did you think? Yeah, this has gotta be like... Oh my god, look how much shit you have to look at. And how much shit you have to do. And how much shit you have to manage. This is so much shit. This looks like another language to me.
No! That's wrong.
Damn, did you lose because you landed upside down? And yeah, that's it. Flashbang. That shit has to be annoying.
Ja, Minus bin ich jetzt nicht, aber es ist auch dauerhaft auf.
Damn.
Randy wants a shotgun.
Damn.
Oh my god.
I couldn't fucking weapon!
Yes!
Yo, she was screaming so loud the microphone was like, nope, can't do it.
Tego Pema, nie wiem czy dam radę. O! No nie, no ty kurwo! Nie wciągnęła się szmata, już no nie! No jak to kurwa!
What are the odds?
Come here, doggies.
These little doggies are about to fuck you up, and I know what it feels like to get fucked up by like two enemies that shouldn't kill you.
I'm done.
Yeah,
I'm done.
Yeah, it's not even a boss. It's not even a mini boss. It's just two little bitches
Want to
that
send
they put
your
there to
rage
get in
clips?
your way and piss you off.
Check the description.
In my experience, that's like the hardest things to kill in some of these games, especially the ones that are made by From Software. You fight the boss and you're like, oh man, that was hard, but I beat it. And then you fight a mini boss and you're like, oh man, this is like really fucking hard, but I beat it. And then you fight like this random thing that don't even have a fucking name on it. And it just wrecks you. And you're just like, what? How? I just killed that 5-headed dragon like 10 minutes ago, and this one little thing just whoops my ass. Yeah. I can relate to that last clip a lot. Yeah, that pissed off Russian dude, that shit's hilarious. That shit's great. Oh, goddamn. Scroll down. Scroll down. Okay, we got let's do some Sunny V2. You want to do some Sunny V2? The satisfying end of TikTok's stupidest criminal. I love these kinds of videos, especially when it's someone that's like unbearable or something, or someone that's like unanimously disliked, and someone makes a video like the satisfying end of this person or the downfall of this person. I always love those videos. I find myself watching them a lot on my own time. It's almost like watching the History Channel, but just about stupid bullshit that don't matter. Like, hey, one time there was this one YouTuber that did this and fucked up their whole shit, right? I like those videos. So let's do this one. Yeah, and bro, Warcraft just seems like way out of my depth, way out of my realm, way out of my league, way out of everything, really. But again, when I play games, I try to get as good as I possibly can, so maybe with enough time I could get a grasp on it, but that was a little intimidating. Okay. Satisfying end of TikTok's criminal.
Icy White thought he was too famous to be arrested.
Put both your hands out the window. I don't know who I am.
Yet his 1.4 million followers failed to help anything, as TikTok's dumbest criminal has been in jail for almost a full year. To introduce the type of guy he is, Icy White was employed before TikTok.
Had a job, I worked at McDonald's.
Yet a family member exposed him, stating he worked there for a week and showed up one day and they were like, "Why are you here?" He found out the previous day he showed up to work so high on Xanax that he got fired, and he didn't remember any of it. Thankfully for White, however, a work ethic wasn't needed for his genre of TikTok content, simply being a feminine man who was attracted to women.
If I had a girlfriend, hair, nails, new bag, because I want to take care of my girl. I'll be so proud to have a girlfriend and I want to be obsessed with her.
That was his very first TikTok, and it gained over 8 million views, fueled by people wondering if he was actually telling the truth. Icy White fed into this to achieve a repeat audience, with videos as simple as people who don't understand that I can be femme and still like girls, giving him hundreds of thousands of likes. White funneled this attention.
I mean, yeah, you can do that. By all means. You can be feminine and be attracted to girls. Here's the thing though, like, it's a very small percentage of women that like men like you. You know what I mean? Large majority of women, they like a man, like a man's man, like just a man, like a normal man, like a normal dude that speaks like a man, walks like a man, talks like a man, behaves like a man. That's attractive to women, at least from what I've been told. Not a lot of women would latch on to this, but I mean, if you have success with it, you have success with it. Can't imagine. I mean, I don't know.
into bingo gambling sponsorships.
I am the king of bingo. I am the king of gambling.
And then scolded the audience.
Nah, I don't really think so, man. There's like this one dude online that like some white dude with like long hair and like kind of like a goatee or whatever. Like he's the king of gambling from the videos that I've seen, from what I've noticed. I mean, this dude be exposing all types of secrets in Vegas, getting kicked out of casinos because he's winning too much, turning $100 into like, I don't know, $20,000. Like that dude's nuts. Can't remember his name. I wish I did so I could tell y'all and, you know, put a homie on. But
because they weren't as rich as him.
Yeah, hold on, let me go back.
Pension into bingo gambling sponsorships.
I am the king of bingo. I am the king of gambling.
And then scolded the audience because they weren't as rich as him.
I make $800,000 a month year. You're not even near my tax bracket. Google me. You can see my net worth.
Maybe Wyatt had an ego as he'd previously been in jail.
And I've been to jail like multiple times.
Which the audience quickly...
You've been to jail multiple times? Behaving and acting like you do? Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know. We all saw the movie The Longest Yard. And I know exactly where you would be if you were at that place. You'd be one of the cheerleaders. And, you know, jail, but I mean, hey, maybe you did fine. I don't think you did. Maybe you did fine.
Realized he most definitely deserved.
And jail and prison is like two completely different things.
Because a user named KD Nail Artistry uploaded a TikTok explaining she was the one who did Wyatt's nails, and he agreed to pay me from the start at a price of $200 for 3 different.
If that's a song, we'll have to do it tomorrow. Or not tomorrow, but on Monday, Tony. I don't stream on Sundays, man. And the next music stream is on Monday, and it's gonna be on Twitch. We stream one day on Twitch, one day on YouTube throughout the week, unless I have things to do that day. But yeah, Monday. If that's a song, we can do it. If it's not a song, we can do it sometime tonight, probably after this.
Sessions. Well, rather than paying, he wrote me a check from a closed bank account. He also knew I was in nail school at the time, so not only was Wyatt a total scumbag, but it also seemed he wasn't as rich as he professed. Despite this, Wyatt only kept on bragging.
Gee, I sure do look like the disappointment of the family, but isn't it funny how I make the most money? Sit down.
Believing that you'll get much further in life by cutting off all the toxic people and focusing on becoming the main character. Wyatt seemingly went against his own advice and began dating a girl named Moore, with whom he started to spend irresponsible amounts of money.
Okay, so baby got her Benz. Hey, you know, I had to get me one too. Stop playing. We some Benz babies now.
Wyatt had his Mercedes wrapped in hot pink, while Moore's Mercedes was crashed within a month, introducing everyone to Wyatt's terrible driving history. He had to move out of California solely because of driving offenses.
The reason why I went to Florida was because I couldn't drive here. I had like so many traffic tickets and like driving on suspended license. Oh my God.
I don't want the irony to be lost on anybody. The fact that he acts so feminine and he's a bad driver. I'm sorry. Am I an asshole for pointing that out? Okay, here we go.
UIs, everything. So I went to Florida and I got my license and it was perfectly fine.
And would upload an old video of his own road rage incident, trying to look tough with the title "Don't Play With Me TF." Wyatt was clearly proud of being a terrible human.
And normally I'm not that nice. Normally it doesn't matter who you are. I will be like, shut the f up. I don't want to hear about that. Please stop talking about that. Next subject.
And nothing solidified this more than a video he accidentally posted. He'd already given the audience a tour.
How do you accidentally post a video? How? How do you accidentally post a video? It's like all these little sleuths online that get banned from their platform because they accidentally went live and they were naked when the live went on. Like, oh God, that wasn't an accident, but alright.
Of his house, but it was specifically on this house's front walkway that he'd kick his girlfriend out by throwing away all of her possessions.
You mean all the shit that you bought her? I mean, I would either keep it or resell it, or just give it to your next girl. What a waste of money.
Wyatt claimed the video was posted accidentally and the couple quickly reconciled, but the pink Mercedes seen back
Oh, the couple quickly reconciled. You know what that means, guys? That means he was just doing it for clout. It wasn't fucking real.
in the tour was about to be another problem. 25 days after getting the car, he'd post this TikTok looking all bruised and battered, which came with a tweet reading, "I'm gonna get some rest and try and recover. My face is in so much pain and the rest of my body." Wyatt then gave some context. He claimed that 2 white hillbillies attacked him unprovoked.
I was hate crimed and
No way, you're not going fucking the Juicy Smollett route, are you? When did this happen? Was it before or after Juicy? Doesn't matter, it's still stupid. You're not going this route, are you? I hope not.
Florida, I was attacked by 2 men. My car was stuck between like a Chick-fil-A line. They backed me in so that they could both come out and come on either side of my car and attack me.
Describe like what they looked like older men,
Big,
like our age.
fat hillbilly in like a white pickup truck. That's what they look like. And I'm in a pink Mercedes with this type of nails.
Yeah. And when he called to report the hate crime, police beat him further because he didn't take off his seatbelt.
Gosh, should I do a story time about how I got ripped out my Mercedes and my ass beat for trying to take my seatbelt off when they tell me to get out the car?
Wyatt had filmed his own snippet of the incident.
I can't take the seatbelt off? You need to show some respect.
Posting only what made him look like a victim, with the caption, "Sunrise County Police in Broward County ambushed me in my neighborhood hours after I had called for help in a road rage incident earlier in the day."
Yeah, but wait, what? I'm so confused. So the road rage incident where these hillbillies whooped your ass happened before the cops came? So it happened, they leave, you call the cops get here. Like, you said the hillbillies were the ones that beat the shit out of you. That's why your face looks that way. But the way that maybe I missed something. The way that you're saying it, it seems like you got assaulted by these hillbillies, then called the cops get here, and now we're in this situation. And if that is the case, where is the fucking bruising on your eye? Maybe I'm lost. Maybe I missed something.
You need to show some respect.
Posting only what made him look like a victim, with the caption, "Sunrise County Police in Broward County ambushed me in my neighborhood hours after I had called for help in a road rage incident earlier in the day. They didn't send anyone to help me, but came to my house hours later and held me at gunpoint. This is..."
So you're either the most unluckiest person ever. You get your ass whooped in a Chick-fil-A parking lot, call the cops. For some reason, the cops say fuck you and don't come, so you go home and they go to your house and draw guns on you. Man, you gotta be really unlucky. What a victim. That's so bad for you.
Is not okay. Wyatt was clearly the victim here, right? Well, later that day, TMZ posted their own article. TikTok star Icy Wyatt arrested for battery on police officer, which clarified he was booked on Monday night for 2 counts of...
So the hillbilly shit was just a fucking lie, huh? Alright.
Aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, 1 count of aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, 1 count of battery on an officer, and
basically what, made that shit up so that no one would know that you resisted arrest and got your ass whooped by 2 cops, because that's what happens to most people that resist arrest. And it's not that they whoop your ass, it's just that, bro, they're going to take you down in such a violent manner that you're going to get fucked up in the process. I mean, I don't know.
1 count of resisting arrest. Wyatt's innocence was suddenly in question, yet he continued to claim I was the victim. This was in self-defense, also adding I didn't batter the police. I was handed my phone, and then another officer ripped it out of my hand, and because I didn't release it right away, he said I assaulted him. On TikTok, Wyatt maintained it was all police's fault.
The rumors are not true. There will be several news stories coming out soon about what actually happened. The police were in many wrongs.
Until the body cam footage was publicly released. To nobody's surprise, Wyatt wasn't actually hate crimed. It began with him parked in the middle of the street, yelling at a random lady, leading the two white hillbillies to stand up for the woman. They politely told Wyatt to get back in the car, stop blocking traffic, to which Wyatt responded by pistol whipping them, throwing a drink on their car, and driving erratically in front of them, almost hitting a lady with her infant baby as he sped away from the scene.
Wait, okay. So there's a lot to digest here. Holy shit.
The two white hillbillies to stand up for the woman. They politely told Wyatt to get back in the car, stop blocking traffic, to which Wyatt responded by pistol whipping them, throwing a drink on their car, and driving erratically in front of them.
So, in the midst of you being a Karen, two very good citizens, I'm not going to call them hillbillies, man. That's just something you call them. I'm assuming that you call any white person a fucking hillbilly. But these two citizens step in to defend this lady that you're probably screaming at for no reason. And then you're blocking traffic. So they're just like, hey, man, just get the fuck on, dog. And then you assault them. And then engage in road rage. Almost hit somebody that's crossing this crosswalk by the stop sign. But you're the victim. Alright.
Almost hitting a lady with her infant baby.
Sounds to me like you're just not used to getting consequences.
As he sped away from the scene. In a beautiful display of stupidity, Wyatt then called police himself, reporting, I just pulled over because somebody just tried to kill me in the car. This truck came up and tried to cut me off. So I pulled over to the next lane, and again he's trying to swerve into my lane and tried to hit the car, yet this is actually what he'd done to them. Wyatt then continued lying, and then I had 4 guys jump out of the car and say, we're gonna beat the crap out of you and stuff, failing to include that he'd pistol whipped them after speaking with these hillbillies.
This man shouldn't have a firearm. That's Jesus.
Police discovered the truth, showing up at...
If you're fine with pistol whipping someone, you know that can cause a gun to go off. You know that? If you're fine with pistol whipping someone over something minor, I don't put it past you to shoot someone over something minor. Because you're using that gun as a weapon. Just because you didn't pull the trigger, it doesn't mean it's still not deadly to use.
Wyatt's house to arrest him, where he'd speak the infamous line, y'all don't know who I am. Wyatt maintained I didn't hit nobody, claiming his girlfriend was there to confirm his story.
My girlfriend can't be a witness to...
Was she with you?
Yes!
Oh, okay. Well, we can talk to her when she gets here.
Moore then showed up to tell her side, yet it was later shown by this frame that Moore wasn't even there at the time. Wyatt's final defense of having a gun was because he drove a bright pink car who is famous online and gets messed with on the freeways all the time, as if it's been a lifelong issue, and he didn't just buy the car 4 weeks before. He added, I have millions of followers. People make this stuff up all the time, to which the cop responded,
Not everybody knows who you are.
prompting Wyatt to add, I have 58 million followers.
Cool. Cool. In the grand scheme of things, that's nothing. I mean, it's way more than me. But think about it, man. I just gotta bring it down a peg. This motherfucker, you think everyone knows you? Man. Everyone knows Mr. Beast. But not even everyone. Because you know how many people are on this planet? Bruh, 7 billion. Over 7 billion. 7.4, 7.5. And 58 million know you. That's not even a drop in the bucket. I just felt like I had to say that because, like, you don't know who I am. You don't know who I am. Not everyone knows who you are. I think the only people on this planet that everyone knows who you are is very rare. And those are people like, I don't know, presidents, world leaders, and Michael Jordan. Right, so like, you need to get off your high horse a little bit, man. You're not as famous as you think you are. And let's be honest, out of 58 million of these followers, how many people follow you because they genuinely like you, and how many people follow you because they just make fun of you and like to laugh at you, and they don't even like you at all?
They just hate watch you. You probably don't care. But I'm just saying, like, it's like back in the day when people used to brag about how many fucking Facebook friends they had. I have 1,000 friends on Facebook. Yeah, cool. How many do you actually hang out with? How many do you talk to? How many do you call? How many do you text? How many do you go to movies with? Then people don't matter. Cool, you have 1,000. Nice. Big number. No one cares. Just
Everybody who's been on TikTok or Instagram has seen who I am. Before spending the
lies, bro, because I've been on TikTok before and I've been on Instagram before and I'm just now figuring out who the fuck you are. Like, this level of delusion on, like, oh god, and on top of that, that's such a cringe ass, lame, conceited thing to say. Like, back in my day, bro, I was cocky when I was younger. I was cocky, I was full of myself, kind of conceited, kind of just like an insufferable douchebag. But I wouldn't even say that. Do you know who I am? Of course you don't. I'm a fucking no one. Who says that? You, apparently. I gotta get a drink, man. I'll be right back. Tablet. He's trying to think he's like PewDiePie. Not everyone knows him either. The only way everyone knows who you are you're gonna have to do something so amazing or so awful that everyone knows who you are. Example, I feel like most people, most of damn near everyone knows who Hitler is because he committed atrocities. Now on the other foot, for something good, just about everyone, almost everyone, if you wanted to say everyone, knows Albert Einstein. Like, you gotta do something insanely great or insanely awful for a majority of the world to know who you are. Who knows? Here's your tablet, or here's your applesauce. Go watch your cartoons. So, like, spare me with this shit. Like, people know who I am because I have 58 million subscribers. That's
the night in jail, Wyatt bragged about his jewelry.
You know this is an $80,000 chain I'm wearing next to your person, right?
Being released the following day and posting.
And the cops are not liable for any kind of damages that happened to your shit. Not in the process of an arrest. That's your fault for buying jewelry that's worth that much money. If you didn't want it to get fucked up, you shouldn't be doing stupid shit that would cause an interaction with the cops.
A celebratory TikTok.
You can't get rid of me, bitch! I'm not going nowhere!
Wyatt then called the...
You know, it's funny. That's... Never mind.
Paparazzi on himself to claim the "don't you know who I am" phrase was referring to him being the one who called police.
I called the police and told them that this whole altercation happened. So when they pulled up, I said, "Don't you know who I am?"
Motherfucker thinks he's Jay-Z. Looking like wealth. I'm about to call the paparazzi on myself. Lines by Jay-Z. You're not him.
Don't Don't you know who I am?
Bragging about his followers was due to his head injury.
I'm not slurring my words until they slam my head on the ground. Then I'm like, oh, I have 58 million followers.
Which was covered by a brand new tattoo of his girlfriend's name on his face. Despite treating the arrest like one massive joke, Wyatt was in serious trouble.
So yeah, I might be facing 20 years in prison because of this night.
Yet he'd still post TikToks such as this one.
All right, y'all, do y'all think I should get this 2021 Range Rover or should I get a G-Wagon?
Leading to many comments mocking him. If I were facing up to 20 years, I don't think looking for a new vehicle would be at the top of my list of things to do. Additionally, because Wyatt was now awaiting trial,
If I got
Yeah, what, you know, you could use it for lawyer fees, court fees, bond, bail, right? Like, but damn, isn't your ego just gonna take such a huge hit if they, if you go to court and they say that you're not a flight risk? Something tells me he would take that as an offense. You mean I'm not a flight risk? I got money, bitch. What do you mean I'm not a flight risk? I could leave the country right now if I wanted to.
got pulled over, I could get the maximum sentence, 10 years.
Leading to a TikTok beef with his very own mother. She simply gave Wyatt the most obvious advice ever.
She's like, well, you know you're not supposed to be driving. If you get pulled over, you're gonna go to jail for 10 years, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, girl, can we talk about this another time? Like, I'm really not trying to hear about this. She's like, okay, well, I'll talk to you about it later. Then I'm like, no, I don't ever want to talk to you about it unless I bring it up because that's something that triggers me.
Leading to their relationship completely falling apart. They'd publicly argue back and forth about anything and everything.
This is why every kid needs a father in their life. Because this mom, she may be trying and she may be a nice lady, but you're not a good mom. You're trying to reason with your wacko-ass son over the internet, whereas in most fathers would have beat this dude's ass already. 5 times. Man, like, what happens when you don't have a male figure in the household? And if he is, where the hell is he? If he is there and we haven't seen him, he probably doesn't want to show his face because he doesn't want to be embarrassed about that. Because I would be, man. Not if he dressed or spoke or behaved that way, but it's just all the other behavior. Man. Out here embarrassing me. No, that's one thing my sister tells my niece all the time. We're going to this place, and I swear to God, if you embarrass me, that'll be the end of you. That will be the end of you. Do you understand? Like, your job whenever you go out on your own to make your family look good. Don't make your family look bad. And if you're the family, don't engage with this over the internet. And for other people to see, man, other people to see and comment on and critique your personal life like this with your son. Don't exactly instill confidence as a mother.
Although Wyatt failed to take any of her advice. Because during this period of waiting for his sentence, Wyatt's stepdad proudly announced he got into an altercation.
Oh, the stepdad. Somewhere. And as the stepdad, I mean, you only have so much freedom with the kid. You only have so much freedom with the kid as the stepdad. So I'm gonna remove a little bit of blame because, like, you know how it goes, man. You know how it goes. And on top of that, I fall into the camp, and I'm a believer that if the kid is not 100% mine, it is not my place to put my hands on the child. Even if I'm dating a single mother and I'm dealing with her kid on a daily basis, I don't feel comfortable putting my hands on that child unless I am explicitly given instruction to do so. Other than that, I won't, because I didn't make it. It's not mine to hit, you know. So maybe he's like he tried the best he could, or maybe the mom coddles him. He tries to give him direction. He tries to get his head on forward, stop doing stupid shit and stop living in a delusion. And the mom says, he's fine, leave him alone, you know, it's not your place anyways, and all this stuff, and blah, blah, blah. And he's just like, I mean, I'm just trying to help the kid. You know, this is, you know, we got made fun of for shit like this when I was younger. I don't know.
And keyed a car while he was out on bail. As a
Is that another applesauce? Girl, you crushing him.
result, Wyatt was rearrested.
Alright, hold on, let's go back.
This period of waiting for
Nayeli, everybody says hi. They all say hi. They did? Look. Hey Munchkin. Hey Nelly. Hey Nelly. See? Right here. You gonna say hi back? No? Okay, alright. Go watch your cartoons.
For his sentence, Wyatt's stepdad proudly announced he got into an altercation and keyed a car while he was out on bail. As a result, Wyatt was rearrested to be jailed until his trial, predicting just beforehand he wouldn't be in for long.
And you know what's funny is like this type of behavior from the behavior that he's exhibiting, if he was actually a feminine chick, there's a high chance he probably would be able to get away with this. But because you're a dude, it doesn't matter how feminine you are, you're a dude, you're going to get all the punishment. I've seen a lot of women do the same shit that he's done and suffer no repercussions, right? So just because you acting like a chick, I don't mean they gonna treat you like one. Unfortunately for you, you're still gonna suffer the full extent of your consequences.
I'm looking at probably a month's time and $10,000.
However, 3 months passed.
Bro, and let me tell you, you go to prison. I know you like girls and everything, but that reality is going to change for you if you go to prison. Look at you. Young looking guy, smooth skin, feminine voice, feminine mannerisms. Oh, bro, in prison? It's a shame you don't like dudes, because you'd be in heaven in there. Really, that's the reality of what's gonna happen. You might as well go ahead and get a tattoo on your lower back that says "Open for Business," man, because that's your reality if you go to prison. Especially someone like you, behaving the way you behave. If I were you, I would change the way you behave. If you, man, before you go to prison, if you do go to prison, I would change the way you behave. I really would. I would change the way you behave completely, because that is not going to work out for you at all in prison. That is going to hurt you a lot. That's rough. So,
without a word about his trial, and his plan to work out every day didn't exactly happen.
Because I'm gonna just be working out the whole time.
As he'd tell his girlfriend via,
you're gonna be working out the whole time in jail. Oh, something's gonna be working out. Something indeed is going to be working out, my friend, but it's not going to be your triceps or your biceps or your glutes. It's going to be your butthole. Maybe you don't know that reality yet, man. Maybe you don't know, maybe you're not knowledgeable about prison, or maybe you've just never seen a movie or a TV show, or had a friend go to prison, or, That's what you're going to be singing. That's the song you're going to be singing. I don't know why that song in particular, but it just fits. Man, you're just going to be in your cell, getting beaten, getting banged like a Salvation drum, and this is all you're going to be able to do. I don't know why I chose Wade in the Water to go for that right there. It's nothing racial, but that's just what I envision, you know? Because you're going to be someone's slave. Point blank period. You're going to be somebody's queen for sure. You want to be a queen? Go ahead, queen.
By a jail phone, he'd gained 40 pounds or 18 kilos. In the process, Wyatt was facing other issues.
Have you gotten in a fight since you've been in there?
I was attacked.
As more finds out, Wyatt will be serving at least 2 years.
That is something I actually believe. I knew you were full of shit when you were talking about the hillbillies, but that I believe. You got attacked. Very believable. I guarantee you're telling the truth. Yes. Welcome to the land of honesty, man. Set you free. Really will. Not as free as your butthole's about to be, but hey.
Years.
I know I was being Delulu, like thinking that this was gonna be like quick and easy and that you were gonna be home soon. The reality.
But the reality is you're taking too long, and like I haven't gotten a new Gucci bag in like a month, so I'm gonna have to dump your ass. I hope that's where it goes. Please, please.
Is just like very much like hitting me now.
Despite this, Moore had Icy Wyatt tattooed on her neck, live streaming
Why? She's about to dump you, I feel.
the session during which she'd get a call. On the phone was a debt collector asking for payments on a mattress. They've got all this money apparently, but can't buy a mattress outright. Wyatt's mum then revealed they
Hey, listen, man. Ain't no shame in renting that, okay? Let me tell you something. When I first got to Fort Stewart, I was married at the time. I didn't really have all that much money because of just poor management. I didn't really have all that much money. And I wasn't even ready to be married at the moment, so I had a lot of extra shit I had to pay for now. And so when we got there, we had nowhere to live. We had no furniture. We had no anything. Finally, we found a place to live, but we had nothing. We had zero. I was like literally starting out my life, right? And so we went to USA Discounters, and we made payments on this stuff: bed, furniture, all this stuff. I think I paid everything off except for the fucking iPad that I got before I deployed. And then I think I missed all the payments on the iPad, and then that was a loss. It impacted my credit, but she was supposed to pay it while I was deployed, and she never did. So like I had a lot of shit that I got sent to collections for because of her, because she didn't pay any of my bills while I was gone. But anyways, I digress.
On the phone was a debt collector asking for payments on a mattress. They've got all this money apparently, but can't buy a mattress outright.
I mean, okay, now that I heard that over again, they're not making fun of people that rent mattresses, but it's just the fact that you're bragging about being rich. You're still renting. That is funny. That is kind of crazy, yes.
Mattress. They've got all this money apparently, but can't buy a mattress outright. Wyatt's mum then revealed they had payments on their cars, making it obvious they'd financed their whole life and were pretty much broke. 2 months ago, Wyatt vocalized being worried about the cost of a phone call, while his 40-pound weight gain has turned into 70.
I gained 70 pounds since I've been here. Can you believe that? I've gained almost 100 pounds.
I mean, yeah, with all the time that you spend on your back, I can imagine you've probably put on some weight.
As a last-ditch effort, Wyatt sent the judge a letter stating, "I feel absolutely terrible and
Nah, this don't work. It don't work that way, bro. You're about to be made an example of. And not even making an example. This is standard for crimes that, for the type of crimes you committed. It's just that you got to pay the piper, bro. You have to. This isn't going away. You're not getting out just because you wrote a heartfelt letter showing remorse. It don't matter. You got to pay it. You got to pay it, because if you don't, other people, other kids, other influencers, other YouTubers, they're going to see you get a slap on the wrist, and they're going to think that it's worth it. And then they're going to engage in whatever the hell it is you're doing and how you behave. You can't reward this behavior by saying, "Oh, you feel bad? Okay, sure, I'll let you out." Nope, you got to pay it. I've had to pay for consequences in my life. It sucked, but you have to. We all have at some point. We've all made a mistake. We've all done stupid shit. We've all been young, right? You pay for your mistakes. That's part of growing as a person and learning and evolving as an individual and as a human. You learn from your mistakes. But you actually have to do the time. You can't just be like, "Okay, I learned now. That's fine. Let me go." It doesn't work that way. Because if that were the case, no one would ever go to jail. They would just say, "Oh, sorry, I feel bad," and that's it. So, not happening, man.
Ashamed for the way I handled things with these people. I'm not the type of person to hurt anyone or vandalize people's property.
Oh no, that's exactly who you are. You're not even remorseful. You're just sad you got caught, man. That's it.
That just isn't who I am or who I want to be, but the judge didn't buy it. Icy White's still yet to be convicted, having spent 12 months in prison and lost absolutely everything simply because he couldn't hold his anger.
Alright, so boom, we back in the power slap arena.
Stop, 'cause we're
Oh,
gonna
that shit weak. This brother got a strong.
Please. Hey, when it does that shit. I wanted to go back because
Icy White thought he
I wanted to read the comment section. I'm so glad that I've cultivated a life to where I have no idea who these people are. Fucking same. And you know, I do spend a lot of time on the internet. And I've spent a lot of time on the internet I was born before the internet, right? So like I've spent a lot of time on it. I was born a few years before the internet came. I was born in '89 and the internet started in what, like, for everybody, like what, in the early 90s or something like that. So I grew up with it and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know who that is. It's impossible to know who everyone is, right? I'm so glad that I've cultivated a life. I mean, you have a life. That's the thing. Any life is a life. It doesn't really matter if you cultivated it or not. It's just whatever you're doing is more important than this, really. And naturally, I learn about these people because, you know, through this, what we do here on YouTube, you know, me and you guys. But if I wasn't doing this, I too would not know who the fuck these people are. Just because I don't, especially not this kind of content. I mean, I know a fair share of content creators that I enjoy watching. One of my all-time favorite channels, man, is CinemaSins. Right? So if there was ever a video about CinemaSins, I would know exactly who the fuck we're talking about, but I don't fucking know this guy. I don't think any, and not to mention it's TikTok and Instagram. I don't use TikTok and Instagram, and even when I had a TikTok and I could have used it, I still didn't because it's just full of cancer. Really. And on top of that, I don't care that it's full of cancer. I can thrive in that environment, but it's just that I tried using TikTok and they would not let me say anything. Man. It didn't matter what the topic was. If I was talking about it, blocked, banned, strike, audio removed. And I'm just like, okay, bro, maybe they saw the channel on YouTube or something because I couldn't even. So yeah, there's only one thing I use these days, man, and it's just YouTube. That's it. So if you ain't on YouTube and you're not up my alley as far as like the shit that I like to watch, then I probably don't know who the fuck you are, and you shouldn't take that as an offense or a slight. Because when you take that as an offense or a slight, then you end up looking like Screwface John that got all butthurt that Upchurch didn't know who the fuck he was. And guess what? Upchurch showed him exactly who the fuck he was, and he embarrassed the shit out of him. So like, get out of your feelings about this shit. No one knows you. No one knows you. Like, no one knows me either. You guys know me, but to some other random fucking person that either one doesn't give a fuck about what I do here, or just doesn't care for the content that I put out, then I wouldn't expect them to know me. And for me to get mad about that, oh, it's gonna be fucking it's gonna be somebody that and I just think it's funny that he's been serving all this time in jail and he hasn't gotten convicted yet, which means that once he does get convicted, he'll have time served. So that's a plus for him anyway. So he's been in there for 12 months. He goes to court and the judge, I don't know, gives him 2 years. And the initial 12 months before your hearing will count as time served. So 1 year in prison. I could see that happening, right? He just needs to serve that full sentence, really. So what was it? Chiseled Adonis? Y'all want to watch some power slapping? That's what was in my watch later. Some power slapping.
Oh, or we can watch this when corrupt cops realize they destroyed their careers. I know y'all like watching these, and I like watching them too. And this is a normal time. It's like 17 minutes, so y'all are I just want to hit this.
These cops thought they could.
You know what I always thought was funny? When cops try to do shady shit to obtain an arrest, but then turn right around in the very same breath and say, yeah, we don't have a quota. Somebody make that make sense to me. Because one of my buddy's moms, she was law enforcement, man, and she told me they all absolutely do have a quota. And then I've talked to other officers where they're like, nope, no quota. And then I've talked to other officers where they're like, nope, doesn't exist. It's a myth. But, I mean, why jeopardize how people perceive you and or your career to obtain an arrest if you don't have a quota? What is so important about making the arrest? You can do it another time. Come back another day. Continue gathering intel and surveilling. Right? But if it's not a quota, why do y'all behave this way? Because the only other answer is that you peaked in high school, got bullied, and you have a small pecker. That's the only other thing, right? Why do y'all even... Try not to get too annoyed while watching this, man. Okay, here we go.
These cops thought they could trap a civilian by using brute force.
Step down here for me. Yeah, no. Hey, whoa.
When you enter the house, you're breaking and entering.
Little did they know, this dad had taught his son exactly what his rights were. But this is just one of 3 incidents of corrupt cops getting destroyed by innocent suspects. Starting with the insane case.
One thing that, guys, this is why, oh my god. Never talk to them, dude. Never talk to them, because this is one tactic that police officers use and that police officers have. Man, if they don't have enough to arrest you, they'll continue to want to interact with you. Why? Because maybe you'll say something incriminating. Or maybe, just maybe, you might get annoyed enough to do something you shouldn't to this officer. It's like they're poking you and daring you, essentially, right? Anytime a police officer approaches you and he literally has nothing on you, but he still wants to talk to you, it's because he wants to get something on you. He thinks that if he sits there long enough, if he waits there long enough, you'll either say something incriminating or say something that might tip him off to something. Or like that guy that just tried to run in the door, they can make some shit up and be like, oh, he tried to resist. Well, if you have nothing on him, you shouldn't try to detain him in the first place. So they do these things, man. It's almost like when someone like gets in your face, right? They take your finger, they're like, I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. And then you get mad as hell and you either slap their hand away or say, well, stop not touching me. And then they touch you and you get even more mad. Right? That's what some cops be doing when they interact with you, because they want to arrest you. That's their main job. That protecting and serving stuff, that comes after. That like their main goal is to throw you in jail. Ugh.
Of Taven Galanakis.
I had nothing to drink. He's gonna look stupid.
19-year-old student Taven was stopped by Newton Police as Officer Nathan Winters for a problem with his car's lights. After Galanakis explained what was going on with his lights.
I think I've seen this video before, but I've never seen the whole thing. I think I saw cut up pieces somewhere on YouTube via shorts, but all right, cool.
The officer started asking for the car's papers and began questioning him.
Hi there. How you doing, sir? Good, how are you? Good. My name's Officer Winters with the Newton Police Department. The reason I pulled you over is because you have your bright lights on. Yeah, but I have a headlight out, so I just keep my brights on. Okay, well that's not legal. Oh, is it? No. Yeah, I turn when a car comes by, I turn them off. But like, when you didn't with me, oh, you weren't close enough though.
Man, you shouldn't drive that way with a busted headlight, because just one headlight going down the street in darkness, you know what that looks like? A motorcycle. Really. And then turning them off, that's just dangerous. Fuck the legality, that's just not safe.
You were a while back.
It has to be within 500 feet.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
And you're not supposed to have your brights on in the city limits.
My fault.
You got your license, registration, insurance with you?
Yeah, I got you.
Is this your car?
Yeah.
Okay. Where are you headed?
Back home.
Where's home? Are you new to town or something?
No.
Where are you coming from?
Friend's house.
Okay. Anything to drink over there?
Oh. Need one of these right here?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good start. That's the registration. All right, that'll work. I'm going to have you hop out with me, okay?
Cool.
These questions might sound innocent enough at first, but once Galanakis replied, the officer jumped to one conclusion. It's essential that officers base their actions on observations and facts, not bias or assumptions. If an officer's actions are motivated by bias, it could be a violation of a person's civil rights. But Officer Winters obviously doesn't get that. Once Galanakis handed over the car's papers, the officer told him to step out of the car and asked him a crazy question.
Do me a favor, put your gum on your dash there.
Oh my god, my dash?
Yeah, perfect. We're gonna go back here, okay?
Cool.
My god. Please There's nothing about this guy's demeanor that says drunk to me. None. And I've seen this video, but oh my god. That's it, officer? You're going off that? He was chewing spearmint bubblegum. We all know that spearmint bubblegum can only be used for one reason, and one reason only. And that's to mask the smell of alcohol. This is common knowledge. You buffoon. Was it the gum? Don't tell me it was the gum, bro. Like, what?
You don't have anything on you? No bombs, guns, drugs?
No bombs or no.
Bro, like...
Drugs. Okay, let's go back here.
The accusations slowly started becoming more...
Yeah, they're increasing, and this was just a traffic violation. This isn't normal, man, at all whatsoever. This is a traffic violation. Here's the shit you violated. Here's your ticket. You got 30 days to show up to court or pay it by this date. Bing, bang, boom. Homie over here is acting like the ATF.
More and more pointed. Now, baseless accusations like the ones being thrown around by Officer Winters violate the Fourth Amendment. It states that any officer needs to have credible evidence or probable cause when accusing someone of a crime and arresting them. But Galanakis, realizing that Officer Winters was trying to trap him, immediately asked to take the breathalyzer.
And so does the odor of alcohol coming from your person.
Great, let's do a test then.
Always do a breathalyzer, guys. Always. Always choose to do a breathalyzer over a field sobriety test, because that field sobriety test will always be at the discretion of the officer. I may be wrong, but a breathalyzer is right 100% of the time. Well, not 100%. There was that one time that this dude was like drunk off his ass and he barely registered on the breathalyzer. That's an outlier, okay? We're not even going to register that for the sake of this argument, but it's stupid.
We'll get to the test.
I can't wait. So what happens if, nothing pops up? Do you get in trouble?
No. Why would I get in trouble?
Because you think I'm drinking, but I'm not drinking. Can I record it?
Yeah, absolutely.
So Officer Winters thinks I'm drinking tonight. We're about to do a test, and he's going to find out I have nothing to drink. He's going to look stupid.
Galanakis was so sure of himself that he even made a video in the car. Winters then took the team through a bunch of useless sobriety tests instead of just doing the breathalyzer and getting a clear answer.
See, man, because it is up to the cup. Oh, you wobbled there. No, I didn't. And if I wobbled, it was just a little bit, man. Like, there's a lot of sober people that just have poor balance.
Sir.
So let's go up on the sidewalk here and I'll talk with you up there, okay? I'm going to have you stand with your heels and toes together.
Like, for example, if I'm standing and I raise my right leg, I wobble. With no hands. If I stand up and I raise my right leg like this, my body wobbles. Now, if I raise the same leg and I take this hand and I grab it and then put it behind me, I stop wobbling. Because I'm balancing myself with this arm. You lift your leg like this, I'm just like, completely sober. So it's just like, take the breathalyzer. This shit's not definitive, and if he's trying to fuck you, it'll be up to his discretion, and he can call whatever bullshit he wants. So...
With your arms down to your side, I'm gonna check your eyes. Okay, what I want you to do is follow my finger with your eyes and your eyes only, and do not move your head, okay? Yep. Do you have any questions? Nope. What color are your eyes? Hazel. Hazel, do they ever change colors? Nope. Okay, not that you...
I've never heard that question be answered before by a police officer. I'm not sure if that's relevant. Do your eyes change colors? I've never heard that question be asked to anybody. And a police officer has never asked me that question ever. Because I have taken a breathalyzer before, right? And...
You know, can you see my finger?
Ryan, what's good?
Clearly?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
How many more we got?
That's it, man. That's it. You're fishing. You're looking for stuff.
No, this test is about 2 minutes long. We're gonna use this line right here. Stay in this position until I tell you to begin, okay?
Come on, man. It's too easy. Let's do the breath now.
Seeing no point in doing all of this, Gallinakis asked the officer to do a breathalyzer test again. But again, he didn't listen, earning him an insult from the team.
You a rookie, bruh. This is your first year?
No.
No way.
No.
No way.
When I say...
He's like, no way. You're just a shitbag veteran? You're not even a rookie? I expect this from a rookie. You were on the force how long? 10 years? Oh, Lord.
Again, I want
How many false accusations you got?
0.
It's about to be your first.
This sort of behavior suggests only one thing. He'd figure out that Gallinakis was not under the influence, but since
I never saw these parts. Like, it was cut up into... The clip I watched there was a lot of this stuff that was cut out. That was hilarious. This is about to be your first one. Congratulations, man. You earned it.
the stop had gone on for so long, he was trying to somehow validate the stop's legitimacy. Police officers can choose which sobriety test to use and in what order. Even if a driver asks for a breath test right away, the officer doesn't have to do it immediately. However, if an officer keeps ignoring this request without a good reason, to think that the driver's drunk, it can look like they're wasting time. The NHTSA
At Harbor Freight, we design and test our own tools and sell them directly to you. No middle.
recommends officers should aim to use the most effective method.
What I would do in this situation is I would demand a breathalyzer, and if they refuse me a breathalyzer, then I am going to refuse the field sobriety test. I know what you're thinking, but if you do that, they take you to jail. That's cool, because when I get to jail, I can annotate and write down that I requested a breathalyzer, and it's on the body cam, and they rejected me. I win either way. You win either way, man. Asking for a breathalyzer, and you keep pushing towards the field sobriety test.
Methods to determine if someone is driving impaired. Winters, who at this point was basically
that'd be what I say. I'm not taking the field sobriety test. Well, then we're gonna have to arrest you. That's perfect. Then I'm gonna tell your superior that I requested a breathalyzer and agreed to it, and you said no. How long do you think they're gonna keep you? You really think they'll take you to jail? Probably not. Probably not.
grasping at straws to
Or
hold.
maybe they can. I don't fucking know, but I'll take it because no, I don't play these kinds of fuck games. Not with officers.
The teen for any reason, asked Gallinakis why he was shivering, but
Because it's raining and it's like cold outside, maybe. Because I'm wearing shorts and it's raining a little bit, kind of. You fucking imbecile.
got one important detail.
All right, during this, keep your arms down your side. Why are you shaking so much?
It's freezing, man. Look at you, you got all these clothes on, and I got shorts on and it's raining. And you false accusing me, so of course I'm gonna be a little nervous.
I wear shorts when it's 30 below.
Congratulations.
Then he gave
You're such a douchebag, officer. Good God.
another sobriety test, and Gallinakis quickly went through it for the third time. He then asked for the breathalyzer again, but Winters, as expected, went on to administer yet another useless test. At this point, I think this guy's just making things up, and Gallinakis probably
He's waiting. He's waiting, man. There's some people that they would get loud. They would get loud. And see, a lot of cops know this. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you what he's doing right now. What he's doing right now in the back of his mind. You know what he's saying to, you know what this officer is saying to himself in the back of his mind? He's like, you know you want to do it. You know you want to start screaming at me. You know you want to threaten me. You know you want to say some wild shit to me. I know you do. I know you do. It reminds me, you know what it reminds me of? Perfect example. You ever seen the movie The Longest Yard? Remember when Megget was in the library picking up books and the guards came in and started calling him the N-word? And he's like, does the N-word offend you, boy? And he's like, nah, y'all my friends, right? And he's like, he gets real close to his face and he's like, I bet you want to hit me, huh? This is the only time those guards would be allowed to put their hands on an inmate, if the inmate attacks them. So they instigate, they provoke, they tap you, they poke you. They try to push you down a certain avenue, a certain lane to where they can do something. I believe this has a word, and I believe it's entrapment. I think, correct me if I'm wrong. Oh no, we got it.
Probably thought so too. Finally, 1 hour into the stop, Officer Winters got the device.
Let's blow real quick. Stop doing all these damn tests. Let's blow. Let's get to business. Let's go to the front of the car here. Do this blow. 0, 0. Ready for it? If it's possible to get negative, that's the idea. So show you right here. All right, what I want you to do is make a tight seal around this and blow outwards like you're blowing up a balloon, okay? Cool. All right. You ready? Yep. Okay, you can relax. So I'm going to read you Miranda, okay? Right now you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law.
Now, the officer expected a result that would back up his suspicions.
Why are you reading the Miranda rights already? Because you're all expecting him to be guilty, huh? What about this guy? I don't know. You know what it is? You know what it is? I think I know what it is. I put it together. Put it together. This kid, they pull him over. Damn, he might be drunk. He might be drunk. Let's pull him out of the car. The kid passes your field sobriety test. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. And then the kid, he's not being disrespectful, he's not being rude, and he's not being a dick. However, he's very confident. And the officers don't like this. They don't like this at all. He's like, let's take this test, man. I passed this with my eyes closed. I have a harder time at gym, at school than this. This is just easy money. I know I'm getting out of this. This is about to be your first complaint, Scooter. And they don't like that. You know what they're doing now? They're putting him through the ringer because they're upset. They're upset. Cops don't like when this happens. Cops don't like when a civilian can just be like, what can you do? Nothing. Nothing. Literally, goose egg. Cops hate that. They hate it. They hate it deep down so much. I know they do. Not all. There's a lot of them that do. They can't handle it. So they act out. And they're vindictive. And they act like, 16-year-old cheerleaders. Backstabbing one another because of the most minor inconveniences and shit. Oh, man. This is Regina George and gang right here, man. These are just 2 little girls.
And was already informing the teen of his Miranda rights before the results showed up. And since the breathalyzer showed that Gallinakis was, in fact, not under the influence, Officer Winters decided to pull another accusation out of thin air.
When's the last time we smoked weed? I do not remember that. Tonight? No. Okay, well, I think it's tonight. I've had no weed tonight. What? Why do you think it's tonight? Why do you think I smoke? I blew 0, so now you're trying to think I smoke weed. That's what's going on. You can't do that, man. You really can't do that.
You gotta be guilty of something because we were trying to get you on something and you called our bluff and then you laughed in our faces and we're really mad about it because we're actually children with zero mental capacity. And so, yeah, we're going to mess with you, bro. That's, yeah, we're kind of triggered at the moment, and we're going to waste the hell out of your time. This is what's going to happen.
I can. Is he allowed to do that?
Even though Winters claimed he had a reason for Gallinakis' arrest, he admitted something else over the phone.
I stopped this guy for having his brights on. He fumbles around with his registration 3.
Like everyone does. Like everyone does. It's dark, and the only light is coming from your flashlight. And that glove compartment, your registration and your insurance and shit is not the only thing that's inside of your glove compartment. You could have several things in there. That's not a good excuse. He fumbled around with it. I've fumbled around with my stuff trying to find it because I rarely ever reach in the glove box. So when you do reach in the glove box, you're like, oh shit, where was it? Where's this? Where's that? Where did I put it? Get that out of the way. Get that out of the way. Like, that's not a good excuse. Shut the fuck up.
3, 4, 5 times. He bombed sobriety.
Lies. That's not at all. He actually passed it with flying colors. And if he bombed the sobriety test, why did you make him repeat it 3 times? Because every other DUI stop I've ever seen, you take the field sobriety test, you either pass or you fail. If you pass, you're free to go. If you fail, you go to jail. He passed it 3 times, and you say he bombed it? If he bombed it the first time, why the extra 2? I've never seen y'all double check that before. You buffoons, man. You buffoons.
He says he'll do an evaluation, but he's kind of a smart ass.
That. He's a smart ass, and he didn't bow down and kiss my ass like everyone else does because I'm a police officer. Right? He was a smart ass, and I didn't like it. I got triggered at that right there. That. He wouldn't have said that if he wasn't thinking it. And being a smart ass is not against the law.
Gallinakis was arrested and taken to the police station. Almost 2 hours.
Y'all are getting fired. Y'all are getting fired, and I'm so happy. It makes me giddy that you're about to lose your job. So happy.
After the stop, a drug test proved that, surprise, surprise, Gallinakis had nothing in his system, and the team decided to finally give this bad cop a piece of his mind.
Hey, buddy, what's going on?
So, I
You're a
just
piece
want to
of
know,
shit.
like, how does it feel?
How does it feel for what?
Remember I told you when you first pulled me over?
I had nothing to drink. He's gonna look stupid.
But we just gotta do better than that, man. We just gotta do better than that. I deserve apology.
A few weeks after the incident, Gallinakis shared on Facebook and YouTube versions of the body camera footage of the traffic stop and got the last laugh.
Fired. Get the fuck out.
Stay back.
I'm going in my house.
Stay back.
I'm going in.
If you try and come.
Oh, wait, did he get fired? I don't know. I don't... They should have got fired. I think they probably did. I don't know what happened after that, but yeah, they're garbage. Absolute garbage.
Stay back.
I'm going in my house.
Stay back.
I'm going in.
If you try and come past me, you're gonna go on the ground face first. Do you understand me?
On September 29th,
So this is our Flippy 3. Flippy 3 is actually twice as fast. We've essentially cut down on a lot of the unnecessary motions that were happening with Flippy 2.
2019, a disagreement broke out between 2 teens on a gas-powered bicycle in a Park City, Utah community, and a noisy neighbor decided to call the police. By the time the 2 Parkland City officers reached the scene, the spat had ended and everyone had retreated to their homes. Nevertheless, the officers made their way to Michael Franchek's residence, keen on asking him about his firearm.
What does it
Can I
matter?
help you? Hello, are you, Michael?
Hi, can I help you with something?
Yeah, we're here about it.
No. Don't go outside. This is something you also never do, and a lot of people don't remember this. Do not go outside. If the cops show up, they can talk to you through the door. Okay? They can talk to you through the door. And, on top of this, you are not legally obligated to open the door for police unless they have a warrant. It doesn't matter what they want to ask you, and it doesn't matter how hard or how long they knock. Without a warrant, you don't have to open the door. You don't, man. So don't. If they want to come in, they have the right paperwork, they'll come in. If they don't have the right paperwork, they can't come in. And you can talk to them through the door. Otherwise, what's about to happen is going to happen, man. Luckily, he's recording and there's body cam footage, and this is just another reason why I don't understand why officers do stupid shit. Like, bro, you're wearing a body cam. You're wearing a body cam. It's recording everything you do. So it's just like, man, how are y'all even qualified to be police officers if you're this dense and this oblivious to like, yep, just gonna commit a crime, just gonna break the law against my fellow Americans while my camera records. Yep, I'm a genius.
Name?
Officer Rodriguez.
First name?
Jim.
Jim. How are you, Jim?
Okay.
And your name? Please.
Sure.
Sorry? Badge number?
What's that?
Badge number,
Okay.
please.
Let's go ahead and talk about the incident.
No. You gotta identify yourself. You don't get to just yada yada your way past that conversation. You identify yourself.
You had out here a few minutes ago.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Step down here for me.
No.
Yeah.
Frenchick stepped out, requesting the officers' names and badge numbers. But when they attempted to question him further, he declined and retreated to his home.
Step down here for me. Yeah. No. Hey.
Whoa.
You can't enter his home.
Whoa.
You're getting fired too, and it makes me happy.
Whoa. I didn't do anything. You just came into my house without a warrant.
You're
I'm not running away from you.
You just did. Is there any gun in your back pocket? I just want to make sure we're safe.
We're safe.
Okay.
I'm not coming outside.
Can we talk right here?
Sure we can. Jack, come here, record this.
Come on outside.
Record this.
Come outside.
Oh, Jack, record this. Grab my phone and record this. Whoa, I'm injured.
Okay. Why are you cooperating?
I am cooperating. You're violating my Fourth Amendment rights.
Oh, stop. Outside.
You're violating my Fourth Amendment
Hey,
rights.
you guys cannot come in here without a search warrant.
Get the phone.
I'm videoing.
Get the phone.
Cooperate.
I'm cooperating. I'm not fighting you. I'm not fighting you.
Outside now.
Walk outside so we talk. Okay. Enough. I didn't do anything. You just tased me for no reason.
At this point, it's crucial to understand.
Oh, I would sue you into oblivion for breaking and entering, home invasion, kidnapping, and assault. I would press so many charges that you would be in litigation for the rest of your existence. And I don't care if I go broke doing it. I will go to a loan shark to take you to court for the rest of your life. No, I'm kidding. I'm not going to go that far. But that's what should happen. You should get fired, and this guy should sue you into oblivion as hard and as far as he can go, man.
Understand that Frenchick was well within his rights to.
Guys, stop going outside. If the police want to talk to you, they can talk to you through the door. Or they can talk to you through the Ring camera. Man, it's the same thing when you get pulled over by a cop. You don't have to roll your window all the way down. Stop letting these cops lie to you and tell you that you need to roll the window all the way down. No, you need to roll it up. You need to roll it down enough to where dialogue can be exchanged. You can hear him and he can hear you. That's it. Stop rolling your windows all the way down. Roll it down a little bit and stick your license, your registration, and your insurance through that little slit, and that's it. And don't make it any more than that. He'll probably get pissed. He'll probably get annoyed. But if he's a good cop, he'll go through the interaction with you, and you'll be on your way. Like, you don't have to.
Go back inside unless the officers had a warrant, which they didn't. They shouldn't have entered his home without permission.
No.
Even though they knew he didn't have a gun and that they were no longer in danger, the officers didn't let Frenchick go and continued to drag and tase him as they tried to force him outside his home.
What are you doing?
Or, you know what? How about this? I won't recommend you be fired, and I won't sue you, but just stand there, and I get one free hit on your face. Take a pick. I'd do that. I'd withhold on pressing charges if I just got one free hit to your face with my bare hands. That's an even trade for me. I don't need your money or anything like that. Just the rat bastard that fucked me over like this, I want to hit him in the face one time. That is a fair trade for me. No? Okay, bet. See you in court. Have fun paying that. With the money that you're no longer going to be receiving from being a police officer, because I'm going to have you fired.
Stop. What am I being detained for?
Hope you put stuff in savings, my man.
What am I being detained for?
Just stop resisting.
I'm not resisting. I'm not resisting. Don't take his phone. Don't take his phone. Don't take his phone. I'm good. I'm good. I've chilled the whole time. I haven't done anything.
Relax.
I haven't resisted.
Officer,
All I'm trying to do is talk to you. I am behind my back. This is unbelievable.
No, I know.
This is
They
unbelievable.
walked in the house without a search warrant.
This is unbelievable. Once outside, Frenchik immediately called for his son, Jack. Now, this Jack was not a lawyer. Heck, he wasn't even an adult. He was a 15-year-old boy. But this kid was about to become these officers' biggest nightmare. And the rest of the footage was recorded by him.
Jack, follow me and record.
This way.
Follow me and record. Okay.
Give us space.
I'm not.
Give us space.
Jack followed after his dad, recorded the police as they made false claims that Frenchik was resisting. One officer
Give us space, give us space. We're so afraid that an 8-year-old is going to come up behind us with a camera and cause all types of destruction. That cop's a coward, guaranteed. He's a big pussy.
saw Jack filming the whole thing and tried to pull the phone out of the teenager's hand, but Jack was
Yeah, whenever you catch criminals committing crimes, they don't like when you record them. Imagine.
quicker and knew the cops had no right to be in the house, and so he called it out.
My camera fell somewhere back there.
What am I doing? You don't twist the handcuffs. You're injuring me. I'm not resisting.
Daddy, do not let him in my house. Close my door. Lock it.
From a body language perspective, the quick movements and attempts to shield actions suggested a heightened defensiveness and awareness of any potential wrongdoing on the part of the police here. Jack
I hope y'all get fired, bro. That's gonna make me feel so great if y'all lose y'all's jobs.
then tried following them. One officer tried to get him to stay back, but Jack kept recording.
You saw the whole thing, and it's all been recorded.
It is.
I didn't resist.
I know.
I didn't do it. You know. See, he acknowledged that I didn't resist, Jack.
Yeah, I have it on video.
I didn't resist.
Well, we asked you to stop, right?
I did.
It doesn't matter. You can't request shit. You walked into his home. It's illegal. Anything you do after that and any command that you give is unlawful. So, and you know this.
Do anything against your instructions. This guy came into my house without a warrant.
Officer.
This is me and you, right?
Okay, yeah, I'm fine. Shh. No, he can talk. He can talk. No,
I can talk because I was in the
You're gonna arrest
situation.
him?
No, I'm not going to arrest
Okay,
you.
then calm down.
What's your badge? What's your name?
Step back.
I'm not.
Look, he
I'm
just
on my
touched me.
side.
You can record all you want, but you're stepping back right now.
This guy,
You're on private property, you jackass. You don't own anything here. You can't tell him to leave his front yard. You go across the street.
Hey, don't touch me. Stop harassing me.
The officers obviously weren't happy about being outsmarted by a 15-year-old and tried to intimidate him by forming a wall between him and his dad. But once again, Jack cut them down to size.
We're just trying to.
I'm videoing this. You please get out of my personal space.
No.
Yes.
You're not gonna
Get out
interfere
of my
with what we're
personal
doing.
space. This is my property.
He's not interfering. He's just recording him because y'all are in the wrong. Y'all don't want him recording. Y'all are pieces of shit in every sense of the word.
You're not going to interfere with an arrest.
what's your name?
Yeah, I do not need to give you that.
Thinking that they could scare him,
no,
another
you can't.
officer
You don't
attempted to
have to.
get at Jack, but this was not your average 15-year-old, and he knew his rights. But Jack
Yeah, dude, Dad taught him well.
was no pushover. During this argument, one of the officer's body cameras fell into the house, and when they went to get it, Jack followed along to remind them that they had no warrant to go into the home. Then this officer threatened violence against a minor.
Hey.
Stay back.
I'm going in my house.
Stay back.
I'm going in.
If you try and come past
You can't prevent people from going inside their homes.
me, you're going to go on the ground face first. Do you understand me?
The same officer, desperate to try to find something to pin on Jack, came up with this sorry excuse.
I have 3 cops on me and I'm 15 years old. Because you guys intruded my house.
It's because you're at it.
So you were the one driving up and down the street?
See, it's because of your attitude. Yo, all you fucking cops, man, blow it out your fucking ass. Y'all are fucking garbage. You had a bad attitude. It's not against the law. It's not against the law. If someone flips you off, that's not against the law. If someone calls you a pig, that's not against the law. I've never seen such bitch-made fragile pussies, bro. Y'all's ego is so fragile, man. That's just so pathetic and embarrassing.
You on the motorcycle?
I was on my gas bicycle.
Okay, that's...
Well, yeehaw and howdy there. Welcome to Wonder Junction.
Here at Wonder Junction.
That's a gas-powered vehicle. You have to have a driver's license.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
Not when it's 50cc and you have a permit for it.
As they
Damn,
took
get shit
Franchik
on.
off to jail, one officer tried to take another dig at Jack when he said he'd be filing charges. But Jack had the last word.
I'm not gonna play the stupid games, okay?
You kind of are.
Okay, we're done.
Okay. Can I have the case number right now?
Knowing that they would be getting reported, the officers banded together outside the police station, devising what to nail both Jack and his dad with. Franchik was later charged with failure to stop at the command of an officer, disorderly conduct, and refusal to comply with a police order, and booked into jail, but the charges were later dropped, and the mouthy officer and his partner were fired.
Get shit on. Get shit on. Good riddance. Glad you got fired. And you know what? I hope you have kids and a wife and they go hungry because you lost your job and can no longer provide. That makes me happy. That brings me joy. I hope you have a family and they go hungry because you're garbage. You're garbage. And I don't feel bad for saying that.
From the department.
Who are you calling, man? You ain't even. He's calling 911.
In 2022, Kenneth Skeens and 2 other officers from the Albuquerque Police Department were caught on camera while mistreating a 53-year-old disabled man.
Go ahead and grab all your money and stuff out, okay? Take your money out. You want to walk us to walk you out or you want to walk Go ahead and put your money out there. I'm going to move your money, okay? You're coming with us now, okay? So go ahead and grab your money, sir. We'll be walking out, okay?
They approached the man standing on the counter and accused him of shoplifting when he was struggling to pay for a purchase. The officers grabbed the money, which the man had in his hands, and dragged him from his arm while he was struggling to explain himself.
You're walking out, okay? You're going to be out there. That's okay. You're walking out there.
I'm calling 911.
The cops got super physical with the man. The cops then proceed to ask the man his name, which he refused to tell. This clearly irritated them, and the police proceeded to arrest him.
You got an ID on you, man?
Not giving you any idea.
If you don't identify yourself, you're under arrest, okay?
You're not police.
Yes, we are. We're
No, you're not. You're security.
So what's your name, man?
None of your business.
All right, then you're under arrest. Go ahead, put your hands behind your back. Who are you calling, man? You ain't even. He's calling 911. That's what he said, anyway.
I was just paying. I was just had my stuff locked in my fanny pack. And the security cars came, and I didn't take more time than anyone else. The other ones before me.
While this happened, the man made a phone call to the police and explained that he was teased by the security guards and needed help. The cops asked him again to explain himself and threatened him with arrests and trespassing charges before getting violent. The man repeatedly asked what crime he had committed. He then started begging the police officers to let him go, but they refused to show even a single shred of mercy.
So now you're going to be charged, okay, with concealing identity, resisting officers, okay? And you're going to be trespassed so you can never come back here again, okay? Sound good?
No, it don't sound
well, that's what's going to happen.
The man was pushed to the patrol car and his pockets were dragged out to check his possessions. The cops also took his money, which clearly violated the man's Fourth Amendment rights, which protects citizens from unreasonable searches and seizures.
So let me ask you this. You know we're cops now, right? Do you want to identify yourself? What's your name? Tell me your name.
This is my money.
We're taking it with us. Drop it, man.
Even after the man refused to give up his identity, the cops kept persisting and pushed his chest to the patrol car to search his pockets. The cops were able to find some of his prescriptions having his name written on them. This is when officers...
What did you do? Oh, don't worry about it. That's fine.
Skeens threatened to charge him with a drug trafficking case as there were multiple drugs written on the piece of paper he got.
Hey, brother, these aren't your prescriptions. Unfortunate. Unless your name's Matthew. What's your name? Is it Matthew McCannis? Ooh, that sounds like a name. Well, I hope your name's Matthew. Otherwise, you're getting charged with trafficking because this is a lot of drugs.
Officer Skeens then arrested McManus for concealing his identity and resisting the cops' orders. The case was taken to a lawsuit in court where the cops were interrogated for their acts. The charges against McManus were dropped due to lack of any evidence and his disability. And Officer Skeens was charged with counts of engaging in disrespectful and abusive behavior, violating the norms set for peace officers, and violating the U.S. Americans with Disabilities Act.
What a turd. No Amber. That's Oh, I think the one that got under my skin the most was the one when they actually entered someone's home. That breathalyzer shit, that was egregious. Hey, what's wrong? What is it? Are you tired? You sleepy? Hold on. You sleepy? You need to go to bed? Hmm? You don't want to watch some more cartoons? I'll watch some cartoons with you. Want to watch cartoons? Yeah? Okay. Lucky for you, your deal is done. Alright? We watch some cartoons, right? Yeah? You can stay right here. Guys, gals, I gotta go. We've been live for long enough. As it stands right now, I don't plan on going live tomorrow, but if I do go live tomorrow, oh man, we're just gonna make it another variety stream here on YouTube, and we'll resume the music streams on Sunday. Or on Monday, if that's good with you guys. So, we get out of here, hang out with this little one for a little bit. I appreciate y'all hanging out. I appreciate y'all chilling. Thank you for continuing to support me after all this time, man. Truly appreciate it. Oh. Scary. So yeah, love y'all. Have a good rest. Have a good rest of y'all Saturday. Maybe we go live tomorrow. Maybe we don't. Definitely back to the music streams on Monday. So if y'all have any music requests, go ahead and put them in the Discord now. All right. So, all right. Love y'all.